Hey, hey, hey.
Hello. You're
How you,
looking radiant.
I tried today. These pandemic years don't let for a lot of trying, but I tried today. Thank you. How you feeling today?
I feel good. I'm energized, just did the Zwift race, so I've been already going. I even rode on my trainer this morning too, just to get primed up. So yeah.
Oh, you did the most. Early, early.
Not even. I only did an hour. I was trying to do two, but I went out
Only.
last night and yeah, I had a couple drinks.
Well, you probably did more and than most of us. So cheers to that and one time for the motivation. Yesterday was a full schedule. Do you have some favorite parts?
I do. I really enjoyed William's tone from the OD Birding. Just like the very New York way that he delivers. um, the bike collage was dope, fun and interactive. I think that could definitely be something that we could potentially use for our Major Force Youth program that we have for Major Taylor. By the way, I'm the president of a local bike club here, so we have a youth program. And then J. Marie Hill's presentation was phenomenal. I think I just like the energy that they kind of put out for that. And of course, Aisha and Devin, that was fun. And I felt like that could have been a long conversation. Even when I know them, I felt like that I was still entertained. How
That's
about
what's
you?
up. Yeah. Will had me cracking up in the backstage. I was commenting. He just had me rolling. The demeanor mixed with bird watching you don't often see together. So I appreciated that. And I think it's a great example of representation. He just had me cracking up.
Yeah.
um, and I think from the bird watching, I definitely walked away with like, it requires patience. And so it reminded me of fishing, which I've deep sea fished before and I've regular like lake fished. And I didn't have the patience for it. So bird watching, I was like, oh, it reminds you that it just requires patience. And as I've matured, I have a lot more of that. So I'm just like, okay, maybe I can get into this bird watching jam and see what's popping. Um, so I really appreciated his perspectives. And same with the bike collage. Kahari just offered, I think is such a cute tool. It reminded me of these little cutouts we used to do when you used to put clothes on people.
Yes.
And I was like, as an adult, I would totally do this. So I'm definitely going to touch base with him and try to utilize those resources too. And then, yeah, Jay Marie brought a lot of energy that made you feel like you were there in person, which I really appreciated, and kind of just grounded and set a tone for what they were presenting around legacy and liberation, and just gave so many gems. So I was really appreciative of that for sure. And Aisha and Devin, they're a dynamic duo. So I'm going to be here for that all the time as well. And I think Sam did a really great job moderating the panel.
For sure.
Yeah, so I was here for that part as well. I think my favorite part though was Kahari's, just because it brought out youthfulness, an artist component that, we're working our brains in front of these computers so often, and even if we get to be in our bodies, I think the artistic aspect just allows for our brains to work in a different way. So that was probably my favorite part.
That's dope. That's dope. I think the business panel, if I feel like that could have definitely been like a whole section amongst itself, just because of all the knowledge that was there to share and just the conversations. It could have definitely been a couple hours long for sure, with breaks of course, but just there's just a lot of information there. So hopefully folks learn something, cop some gear. I was looking at the little bag, the messenger bag. um but I don't really messenger at all, never really did. So I was looking maybe at the backpack. That could be a good option,
For commuting and stuff.
just for like well, one, I got a bag fetish, a hat fetish, and a clothing fetish. Well, just Yeah. So I
It's
think,
a good combo of things. They go together.
yeah. So I was like, the backpack could just be fire just to travel with too, because it had the pockets and stuff, and it just I need something to consider because my current bag that I use when I'm traveling is just a standard backpack and it doesn't really fit as much, but I feel like the larger the bag, the more stuff you want to put in it. So I'm like, do I really want it to be heavier? My
While
backpack,
you trekking through an airport.
yes.
Yeah. I was surprised to hear that they learned sewing on the spot, like as they were going. It wasn't a skill that he initially came in with, and I was kind of shocked by that. I was like, "Oh, you gully. You just gonna learn a new thing and start a business at the same time with it?"
Right. That is bold. Very bold. Yeah, I
Impressed.
tried to dabble in sewing a little bit. I made a couple things, but they weren't the best. I made a onesie and it was like mad crooked, but the bow ties are easier, especially when you go with a self-tie bow tie. Way easier to make, simpler design.
I mean, I'm just on a pillow, so you got me beat by far. A bow tie and a onesie.
Yeah, and I'm all about recycle, reuse, reduce. And I used a pair of old jeans to make the bow tie. So
Oh,
yeah, so it was super handy. It was
so you finna open up a shop now?
oh, mm-mm. I don't got the bandwidth. I'm a busybody as it is, and I don't need to add to the list of things that I already be trying to do. I'm like a skater that's not good, but I enjoy it. It's
Like
fun.
skateboarding or
Uh,
like
uh,
rollerblading, roller
quad
skate?
skates.
Okay.
Yeah, it's quad skates. So it's fun though. It's something I always wanted to do when I was a kid. So I'm like living out my kid dreams now. I'm like,
That's how I feel. So, I have a longboard and a surfboard, and I'm
ooh.
basically like I'm too old for this shit to be hurting myself. But when
But
I'm on them, huh?
water sports is cool though because you could do that until like forever.
Them waves whoop my ass though. Real talk. Just like I'm really trying to get up on this board, and I have the arm strength, but I just don't live close enough to a beach to practice enough.
Mm-hmm.
And when we were just in Sierra Leone, I did go surf, so I was like surfing the west
Ooh.
coast of Africa. It sounds way more fancy than it was, and the waves just took me out, and I was like, "Dang, I'm not as young as I have been," so it's just a little harder. But I'm excited to get better at it. So I feel you though. I'm being a kid again. I'm
Yeah.
with it.
Maybe the pivot is not be as young, but maybe as fit, right? Because you could always get stronger.
Yes. And I feel like I'm stronger than I ever have been, but I'm just
Mhm.
not as mobile. It's a weird, we don't even need to get into it, but it's a weird combination of things. 'Cause I'm like, I've never been this strong, but I don't feel as athletic as I have been in the past. So.
I definitely want to surf. I've never done it, but I feel like I'll also drown because I'm not I'm not a strong enough swimmer. And I was actually planning to do some classes like right before COVID started. So it's a goal of mine. I really do I want to scuba dive and I want to do some free diving at some point. And I think part of that's due to watching a lot of Discovery Channel as a kid. But it's I'm thrilled and enamored like by nature and the ocean. So I have a lot of respect for the ocean.
As we should. I think people play with it too much. I'm like, the ocean will win, you will lose. So I think it's good to always brush up on the swim skills. Um, I have a petty certification and I swam with Nemo and I was over it. I was like, we are not supposed to be down here like this. And so I never did it again, but it was totally worth the experience. So I hope you enjoy it and get to free diving as well. It's really dope. I love meeting people who are into it because I'm like, I'm gonna stay above the water or come out where I can breathe above water. But I think it's really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, that's dope. So, any other things that you're looking forward to in the upcoming panel discussions that we have?
I mean, the program is dope. I'm excited. I think particularly a guide to emotional intelligence,
Mhm.
and it being led. Yeah, I mean, I don't know their pronouns, so I won't say what I was gonna say, but I'm interested in that workshop and think that it's a valuable conversation. So yeah.
And just to remind folks, totally forgot to mention, like we should just run through what people have to look forward to today. So we already did the Zwift race, and then we have the making training meals accessible by Latoya, Shauntay, Snell. That's at 1, and then we'll have a short break for about 30, and then we'll have Say What About Soft Skills, a guide to emotional intelligence by Jalen, Bazile. And then following that, we got body poems. Ooh, that sounds saucy. Creative writing and intuitive movement workshop with Guerdley, Cajus. And Where Are They Now? Hearing from the Mini Grantees panel, a moderator by Tanya Miller and featuring, I'm going to butcher this, dang it, Ajoa Abrakwa, Carissa Yao, Rachel Parker, and Yulana Woods. If I butchered your names, please correct me ASAP. And we have a live DJ after party with DJ Black Daria.
Man, that's a dope lineup. Each panel will have time for Q&A, and we encourage folks to utilize the chat feature on YouTube throughout the event. We'll host Q&A with our speakers after each session. So as Shakoya laid out the program, you see what you're into, and it's going to be a good time.
And shout out to our, schedule.
So we also got these goodie bags, reminding you all, in order to get a goodie bag, you got to register. But all registered attendees will receive access to a digital goodie bag, which features offers from our sponsors and highlights BIPOC-owned businesses that we love. We know it's going to be some good stuff in there. If you haven't registered, again, it's highly encouraged so that you have access to the goodie bag and other fun gems. The first 500 folks who register get 1 free month of Zwift as well.
Swerve.
And then you can register at aquickbrownfox.com. So if you haven't done that, go ahead and run it so that you can get all the perks of being a registered attendee.
Yeah, and shout out to our interpreters here. They are working hard, and we hope that folks are taking in all the hard work that they're putting in and sharing the word as we provide more accessibility for folks. And then we also have the mini grant program. Shout out to the mini grant program, because in its second year, the Abundance Mini Grant Program, sponsored by Zwift, will provide entries, housing, transportation, and food stipend, and several additional resources for women of color, for Tulsa Tough, Tour of America's Dairylands, also known as TOAD, Intelligentsia Cup, and the Gateway Cup. Beginners and amateurs are encouraged to apply. Don't count yourself out. Applications open now through April 14th. This is a really dope opportunity. Like, cannot express enough how important it is to have these sort of things. These are the type of programming that makes racing more accessible for Black and Brown folks. And then we have the Abundance Micro Grant Program, sponsored by SRAM, and it will provide free entry. Will provide entry fee and a day license for one local USAC sanctioned road race, with the goal of accommodating 400 total race days for the year. Though not formally titled, the micro grant program was able to provide race day fees and licenses to several of those who applied to the mini grant program in 2021. Applications open now through the end of 2022 racing season. And the link to the mini grant page is, of course, on A Quick Brown Fox. And shout out to our sponsors, Zwift, where you can get all your riding in online no matter the weather. And shout out to Live Cycling, making the fire ass bikes. and SRAM supplying fire-ass equipment for all those fire-ass bikes, and bike flights for providing transportation for all those fire-ass bikes to get to their destinations safely. That is critical because we know we spend too much money on our toys, our bikes, our babies.
Who are you telling? I just traveled with a bike bag for the first time and with my backpack on my back and dragging that thing around through 3 continents. I was like, yo, I don't know if I'm gonna do this again. So I know bike flight is very valuable, depending on where you're going. I did have a question though, since these mini grants are offering so much and you do race, can you speak a little bit to the importance of what the mini grant would like offer somebody in making racing more accessible? Or like, what's your experience with having to like, I don't know if you have to come out of pocket or how much of coming out of pocket becomes a barrier for somebody who is like just trying this out for the first time?
Yeah, the bar to even just try racing for the first time is set pretty high. So one, you got to have a USAC license, and that joint now is $100. Well, I think they say 99, but let's not trifle over $1. It's $100, and that joint is expensive. That's just to get into the door. Like, oh, I got to get a USAC license. Well, that's for the year, but they do have day licenses, but I believe the day license rate or fee is probably like 15 or $20, but that's still high because then if you're signing up for a race and if it's not your local series, and local series tend to happen during the week and they tend to be frequent in that they happen for maybe like 6 to 8 weeks or something like that. Just depends on the area, but those tend to be cheaper because they're local and are like on a Tuesday or Wednesday or something like that. Mm-hmm. But those tend to be around the price of like 15 to $20 just to enter. And that's on the cheap end. But if you're racing at an event like the Gateway Cup or Tulsa Tough, race entries, $30 minimum. Some of these races is 50, $60. And that's one entry, one day. And then that's just to get in the door, right? Not including to have the bike. And of course, you have to have the equipment. And if it's not in your area, you got to think about travel, getting to that race. What the mini grant does, it covers the cost of the license. It's covering the cost of the entry. It's covering housing, transportation, food stipend. Because you all know, athlete, no matter what sport, food is critical. What you put into your body is critical. Your body is a machine. If you feed it garbage, guess what you're going to get? Garbage. Mm-hmm. So it definitely is something to consider. It also provides other resources, mentorship, as you're looking, as you begin writing. Something that I learned, well, there's so many things to learn, but if you don't have someone kind of guiding you through, you don't really know what races to look for. You don't even know about like the importance of looking at a course profile. You don't even know the importance of stalking racers. So there's you can look at USAC and look at a racer's history and look them up and see how many races they've done and things like that, which is important, like homework, investigative work to do for a race that you're doing. And this is more important as you race more and get in the upper level, is to know who your competition is. It's just like any like an NBA player reviewing film on the team that they're about to play. Same concept, but you're reviewing the history of the racers you're about to race against. And they have, I believe it's like road results or something like that. You could look up racers based on the results. You could see how well did they finish, how many times they raced in the past year. And it gives you like an estimation of like how they would perform. And so there's like so many things, but if you don't have somebody really telling you this, you wouldn't know. It's not intuitive.
Right.
And there's the coaching too that is supported by I forgot the name of the coach company, but yeah, that's helpful to keep.
It sounds like you might could hold a 101 level of how to get into racing. I'm not putting nothing else on your plate, but saying not putting nothing else on your plate. But somebody out there might consider doing a 101 so that people, at least Black and brown folks, feel more prepared as they begin to enter into these races, they can know what to expect more. Because yeah, that's a lot, and it becomes intimidating. It can become intimidating. I also wonder what's your experience as you show up at these races. Are people kind? Are you welcome? If someone is a novice, are they treated as such? Like, tactics to like intimidate them? Like what is that like?
Yeah, it's everyone's experience is different. My experience has been people are usually really nice. But roadies do have a tendency to be a little bit more rigid. Like this environment, a road race versus a gravel race versus a cross race versus a mountain bike race. Road races are always more rigid and strict, but it doesn't mean that people aren't nice. I think they're just like so focused is how it should be internalized. But I think some race things to consider when you're in a race, when somebody is encouraging you, like, oh, you're doing a good job on the front. Don't they tricking you. You better beat your butt off of the front and pull out and get behind somebody, because ultimately racers, you want to do as little as work possible to win. And so if you're a new rider and the riders are behind you saying, oh my God, you're doing a good job leading, that's because they want you to stay out there. And like, if you don't know better, you'll be like, yeah, I'm doing great. And you'll just keep leading them out, and they'll just keep using you up, sitting behind you, drafting off of you. And yes, I'm doing great. And then next thing you know, here come a sprint, or here come a defining feature, like for a hill or something like that. And then that's when they'll attack. So like different things to note. But I mean, nowadays, thanks to the YouTube community, there are a lot of races that are online. There's a lot of people who talk about tactics, and a lot of things may go over your head. But for me, I found it to be interesting because I started learning about a lot of race tactics from YouTube, and it was helpful. And I kind of got into a lot of the tactics. Whether I could execute them was another thing. But it's good to know and recognize things when you see it happening, so that you could be cognizant of the changes of the race. Because like when you're new, you don't realize that there might be team tactics at play. Because if you're new, you might just be your own, like you're just there by yourself. And so you gotta realize that people are attacking and trying to use you or other people to like chase them down, so you could burn matches, use energy, and to soften up your legs so that can make moves. So there's like just all these different things, just so dynamic.
I had no idea it was that strategic. So thanks for sharing. I would have not known.
Yeah, it's all encompassing, and some people go into it if you have base fitness and they could just kill off the top. But then as you start to climb higher and do more races and get more competitive, having just straight power isn't enough. You gotta like be able to read the race, as they say.
Yeah, that's good to know. Good to know. So I hope folks who are tapped in and interested in a mini grant taking these tips that are being dropped on the show today. So good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah. Alrighty. And we have a special surprise. We will be showing some videos here to the audience. Tune in. Oh, let's start with Shanika. So the film is based, I'm getting some direction in the background. Thank y'all. But the film is based in Tennessee, the outer areas of Knoxville. And it pretty much highlights the voices of the Black Foxes and the work that we're doing, and trying to amplify the message of Black and brown voices in the outdoors. And we do hope you all enjoy. It's actually already been released in a couple of small film screenings. If you've had the opportunity to check those out, I think the first one was based in Toronto. And then we have another one Vancouver. Thank you. And we have another one coming up in Maryland at the end of the month. We hope to be present at. A few of the Foxes will be, along with the director B, who guided that process. And something to note about this process is everyone that was participating in and filming the piece was Black and brown, which is rare. But there was a lot of intentionality around that, because oftentimes if we're not intentional about who we reach out to for projects, things can end up becoming very white in the background. And a lot of these roles, as we want to be in charge of telling our own stories, we also want to be in charge of who is filming those stories and editing those stories, because we know that makes a huge difference as to when someone with a someone who's not Black, they're going to maybe highlight some things that maybe a person who is Black would not have looked at in that way. So it's important to control who is telling our story, and I think that's something I'm really proud about with this short film, is that the storytellers are Black, the people controlling the story are Black, and we were able to uplift other Black creators in the process. And I think that not enough intentionality is done around that. A lot of times we get people telling Black stories that are not Black, and that's like hugely problematic. But yeah, I think we will be tuning into this piece in a short moment. If folks can give us a little second here.
Through this trip, I learned how to stand up for myself more and have that confidence. Gravel biking is just my secondary style of riding. I mountain bike, so just getting familiar with the gravel bike more. Black joy to me means embracing our Blackness, being comfortable in our own skin and our kinky hair, but also building that platform for Black people to celebrate our victories.
That was a sweet intro. I'm really digging the short. So thanks for sharing that. And I think that we'll see a few of those a little later on. Next up, we have Latoya Shauntay Snell showing us how to make training meals accessible. Noted by the Root 100 as one of the most influential African Americans aged 25 to 45, Latoya Shauntay Snell is a sponsored multi-sport endurance athlete, body politics activist, motivational speaker, content creator, and founder of Running Fat Chef. Snell was on the cover of the November 2020 issue of Runner's World, featured on numerous platforms including Good Morning America, Huffington Post, and Third Hour Today. Snell is changing the narrative of ideal body types, mental health, and fitness stereotypes in the fitness and wellness space. As a contributing writer for several platforms, global athlete ambassador for Hoka and Trek Bikes ambassador, she uses her voice to talk about intersectionality in sports to change the language for future generations in fitness and beyond.
Sounds like a motherfucking boss. I should start cursing more so I can learn all the sign curse words.
And the facial expressions that go with them.
Exactly. Just gonna keep talking more. No.
I think it's cultural too. Yeah.
In Pittsburgh, I am still the only Black female cyclist who races.
I would like to see more of us come out, but right now that like hasn't changed. If anyone wants to try it, try it. I would say don't allow yourself to get intimidated by all the gear. Just start where you are and get in where you fit in, and everything else will come. I started cycling late. I didn't really get into the life of like even the competitive side or anything until like my 30s when I started really getting into it. So it's not too late. Just get outside and enjoy yourself and take care of you. Oh, I was cute in that video. See how I was glowing? That's
I see you with the cuteness.
No, that's sunshine.
Did you start? How long you been starting fires?
Yeah, I don't know.
Did it come easy to you?
Not at all. Mm-mm.
Yeah. It's an impressive skill set to have. So yeah, still no Black women riders in Pittsburgh to date?
Not racing.
Not racing.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't know what that's about, but we got a lot of Black women who ride just in general, thanks to Major Taylor the Club in Pittsburgh, Black Girls Do Bike, of course, and now we have another club, Women at Work, and 412 Soul Cycle. I make it a point to keep track of all the Black clubs because
I know that's right.
That's what I care about. But hope folks enjoyed that other little snippet. Yeah, it's I think I'm really excited to have been part of that. I feel like it's definitely a moment where I don't know if anybody ever saw the movie Stand By Me, but like you get to go do something really cool and random. It kind of reminds me of that, but in the Black way, in a very Black.
Right. That's important. That is important.
Hi, how you doing, everyone? My name is Latoya Shauntay Snell, and I am honored to have this opportunity to talk to you about accessible meal that's available for every kind of athlete, every kind of person, and yeah, I would love to actually just jump into it and get started. So yeah, if the PowerPoint is available, let's start it right now. Okay, so welcome to Accessible Training Meals with Latoya Shauntay Snell. And if you did not know, that would be me, the weird person here with the interesting hairstyle that's here on the side. And let's actually go into that next slide. So, well, we're going to sit here and we're going to talk for the next 30, 40 minutes, maybe even close to an hour. Then it's kind of best to actually know who we're actually, listening to. Who is this weird, interesting character here on the screen? So here's all the fancy credentials that I like to brag to my mama about when I'm bored, and some of the things that I kind of loudly whisper here on the internet. So I am the food and fitness blogger of a site that turned into a company called Running Fat Chef. And I started this on August 17, 2016. This was just supposed to be an adventure that I was sharing with people because people were just like, listen, you are super long-winded on Instagram. Instagram is not a place for super long blogs. And I still will say to this day that yes, you can do whatever you want on your social media platform, including being long-winded. But with that said, I've been doing this for about I want to say close to a decade now, and it's been amazing. I went to culinary school in 2012 after a great deal of my friends was just like, you're always cooking, you're always making meals for people. Why don't you turn this into a career? And I was fortunate enough to have some really good people who've funded that opportunity along the way. So over the past decade, I've worked as a line cook, a sous chef, expediter, and a caterer for several restaurants. I've done some gigs in corporate dining, and I was a freelance caterer and pastry chef on my own for a thing that I called the Cake Monologues. Right now, it's currently not in existence, but gosh, I love the industry. Somehow, all of these experiences took me into food photography. I had the honor to work alongside Chef L. Simone Scott, who presently has a book that's out there, so definitely check it out. And through it, just sharing those adventures of my food adventures as well as my fitness adventures, I've been fortunate enough to become an global athlete ambassador for Hoka, formerly known as Hoka One One or Hoka One One for those who don't pronounce it that way, alongside brands like Trek Bikes and several other places. What makes me passionate about talking about food is because there's a world filled with mixed messaging out there. We're told that we have to eat super clean, super healthy. This is not the proper way to eat. Some things don't consider dietary restrictions, like celiac disease. I want to really make food accessible for everyone and for every budget. This is not about being super elitist in this conversation. So, yeah, let's jump into this. Let's go into the next slide. So, food accessibility politics. So, before I actually start telling y'all the good stuff, like, oh my gosh, like, here's my favorite meal and this is how to make it, instead, I would love to give you a really basic crash course, probably in 3 to 5 minutes. Hopefully, I don't bore you too much, about accessibility, removing stigmas, and raising awareness about food politics. Next slide. So, the importance of food accessibility is a huge conversation that you may or may not be aware of. So, let's go over the basics and at least the vocabulary and all the jargon that's out there on the internet. So, food security, according to Wikipedia, food security is the measure of availability of food and individuals' accessibility to it. So, this might look like, in basic terms, like I can go into my neighborhood supermarket and that food is available for me at an accessible budget. It also may mean that there's a farmer's market that's within my proximity that I'm able to walk to drive to jump on public transportation if you're a city girl like me. And they have reasonable hours that I can get to it. So I'm not just limited to certain days of the week where I might be required to take off from my employer just to access it. These things are available to me. On the flip side, food insecurity is the lack of consistent access to enough food for an active, healthy lifestyle. It's basically a disruption in your eating habits, whether we're talking about the lack of resources that's afforded to you from a financial standpoint, the accessibility where you may have money for it, but it's not within, local reach. And really, the funding is a huge thing. The factors that kind of go into this would be everything from poverty, limited income, unstable employment, as a lot of us have encountered during this pandemic. This pandemic has literally taken people from having a flexible budget to not being sure of where their next meal or how they're going to actually keep a roof over their head. Chronic conditions, even down to racial and cultural stigmas that's out there. Sometimes there's a shame in being able to eat the food that speaks to us, that speaks to our heart around our peers because they're not accustomed to the food that we eat. So, with that being said, food availability versus food accessibility. It is the supply with food within a community affecting food security for an entire population. That's what food availability would be. Food provided in certain stores or pricing variations and quality is a big thing, but not having accessibility to it it removes that option for people, whether you want to eat super clean and healthy, or if you want to eat, you want to be flexible in the things that you're actually eating. Sometimes these things are not afforded to us. So having that understanding of the vocabulary and the language that might be tossed around the internet on a regular basis, and it may leave some everyday people confused of what do you mean, or even saying things that low key might be offensive to some people, like, oh, this is not a third world country. Well, to take away a lot of that stigma, there are a lot of people here in the United States and here in New York City where I'm at, where a lot of people do not have access to good food at all. um I will put myself out there. I grew up not being certain if I was going to have a meal the next day. So it speaks volumes to me to be able to talk about food from a different standpoint. I'd like to go to the next slide. So let's skip to the good part. Here's the recipes for a hungry adventurer. I will preface this in advance that one, I am not a certified nutritionist as of yet. This is something that I am working towards. So I want people to kind of take this seminar with a grain of salt of one, always refers to your own personal nutritional needs. Yours may not mirror what mine actually works for me. Two, there is nothing wrong with not being aware of certain ingredients. We all have to learn something. Even as a professional culinarian, I am still learning things as I grow. And three, if you are a person who happens to be in any form of athletics, where we're talking about cycling, running, hiking, soccer, anything in between, that your nutritional needs may differ from someone else. And we're going to kind of go into that. We can go to the next one. So let's actually talk about prior to your adventure day. So here's some of the things that I like to remember. And I'm going to kind of reiterate a little bit of what I just said a couple of minutes ago. So everyone's caloric and nutritional needs doesn't look like the person that's standing next to you. So what I've noticed as a multi-sport athlete myself is that the things that I eat and I fuel myself with as an ultra runner and as a cyclist, it doesn't look the same when I'm actually training to be a power lifter or I'm using those same nutrition guidelines for swimming. The things that I eat and I fuel myself with, it sometimes doesn't make sense if I'm transitioning into a different, a different sport. So taking consideration of what works for you, not so much of what your friend. Secondly, when it comes down to fueling for your functionality and your taste buds, I don't know where people think that we don't want to eat things with flavor. Personally, I'm not eating nobody's eggless omelet. I am not eating invisible food. I love to eat things that have flavor. It tastes really good. It speaks to my soul. And it actually works with my gut, because some things that I love, like beets, are super disrespectful towards me. Eating that the day before a run, eating that the day before cycling, it just doesn't look good, and it damn sure doesn't feel good on the way out. So these are the things that we have to keep in mind. And it's okay. I highly encourage you, as an athlete or just as an everyday person, just trying to have fun out there in this world, to really experiment with the things that you love. And it's okay if you're like, listen, this doesn't taste good. Maybe it's a preparation issue. Maybe it is a flavor issue. Maybe it's a lack of seasoning that's not there. Maybe this certain spice doesn't work with you before an event, but we'll explore that a little bit further. Use these training sessions to see what works for your gut. Like I said, I put myself out there. When I started my blog, Running Fat Chef, and I apologize to anyone who is eating in advance. I started off my first entry with saying, "Hi, my name is Latoya Shauntay Snell," and I shitted on myself at mouth 4. Now that is very vulgar, and that is a hell of a thing to put out there to the public. But I realized how many people were not talking about gastrointestinal issues when I was running, cycling, and just doing sports in general. And it was a really hard and embarrassing lesson of certain things just don't work well with my body before I go out there and ride 20, 30, 40 miles. Certain things don't work well with my gut after 6 hours. The things that I was able to eat that's super sweet in the beginning doesn't work well with my taste buds about 4 hours in. So these are the things that I encourage us to all experiment with before we have major events. I'm talking about long runs or race day, whether we're signing up for our first century, or, anything of that nature. Feel free to experiment. This also requires for you to plan ahead. So this may mean that you want to map out things on your route, like bathrooms, um, places that are friendly to the public to come in. Maybe even carrying along a little bit of pocket change of, hey, can I buy this item? But I would love to use your bathroom real quick. Assessing the area that you're in. If you're moving with your feet, that's one thing. It's another thing to have a bike and you live here in New York City and you lock this bike up in somewhere like Bushwick, and then next thing you know, you're like, hey, I got this helmet on, but I don't have my bike. So just be mindful of where you are locking up these items. The other part that I love to add in there is to gradually increase your food intake days before an endurance session. This is super helpful that I've noticed when I go hiking, when I go for long distance cycling, when I do ultra running adventures, which is basically anything over 26.2 miles, that if I eat beforehand, it helps my stomach and my body get acclimated to the things that I'm preparing myself to do. This may mean that on 3 days prior or 5 days prior, I'm going to increase my intake in hydration. I'm going to increase my electrolytes, which basically means anything that adds in sodium to my diet. If this is something that you have a sensitivity to, maybe this is something that you want to consult with a sports nutritionist, maybe not the average doctor or a regular nutritionist, because they may not be considerate about what needs works best for your body as an athlete. I cannot encourage you enough to hydrate in advance. And this also means increasing your meals, whether that's carbs or proteins or anything in between beforehand. Okay, and we can go to the next slide. So here's some meals that I suggest prior to your event day. Now, I'll say in advance, I'm going to actually supply the team with some slides. So you're not looking at this and trying to take notes and like, oh my God, I can't keep up with everything that she just said here. Listen, this is a decent amount of recipes that I kind of threw in there, and I didn't actually provide measurements or ingredients. These are things that I will provide later on in the document that they can actually send over to you guys. And yeah, so let's actually jump into it. So I know that a lot of people usually go for basic staples like spaghetti and meatballs, or you might make a chicken and rice meal. But here's the thing that I heavily encourage in all of these dishes. Please explore seasonings. Exploring different types of seasonings and condiments is going to enhance your dish, and it's going to take away the boredom away from your taste buds. So one of the things I actually put on here is a 3-meat ragu with pappardelle. Now, I don't want people like, oh my God, okay, girl done got bougie on here. We are we are not we don't have to actually limit ourselves to a certain type of dish. Like, please, I encourage you to explore different types of pastas. If pasta is not your thing, or maybe you cannot eat certain types of pasta, explore looking into not vegetarian options, but explore looking into gluten-free options. Let's explore looking into gluten-free options. So some of the things that you may want to consider would be things like zucchini noodles, chickpea pasta would be a great one to actually look into. There's brands like Banza, Banza, that's out there. There's soba noodles, quinoa pasta, and several other alternatives that's out there. Um, Other things to consider for my vegan crowd or my vegetarian crowd, you don't have to actually go for meat. It's okay. We don't have to do the 3-meat option. Instead, I would encourage you to consider things like tofu or seitan. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. It's Seitan. These are meat alternatives. That's great. If you would love to stick to vegetables, a great option is to explore chopping up large chunks of eggplant Or if eggplant is just like one of those things that's like a hit or miss, consider shredding your eggplant. Incorporate these things into the dish. Not only does it cook faster, but you'll be surprised that if you add in the right seasoning, it's going to taste incredible. One of my favorite meatless options is to explore adding in different variations of mushrooms. So the mushrooms that are my favorite are baby portobellos, shiitake mushrooms, sometimes throwing in oyster mushrooms, even though those cook a little bit faster, as well as chanterelle mushrooms, cremini mushrooms, or even using things like white button mushrooms. Those are great options to consider when it comes down to three meat a ragu. For my particular recipe, for my meat lovers, I would consider using things like a meatloaf mix. Most meatloaf mix usually have beef, pork, and veal as the three meat mix. You're going to slowly cook this. It takes under an hour. If you want to build up your flavor, you can definitely go for an hour and a half. Honestly, it's not necessary. You can fold in things like spinach or baby kale into your recipe, but wait until the very end to throw in your vegetables. Your vegetables are going to cook really, really quick. Not to mention, when it comes down to leafy greens, most people tend to overcook these things. You're wondering why your pictures or your meals don't look super bright or super vibrant when it comes down to greens or carrots. Most times people tend to overcook their vegetables and you don't have the same look. And sometimes the taste is just not there. Another option to consider that's on here that I have on my bullet point is the traditional burger with fries. I know people are kind of like really, like you threw out a burger. I'm going to suggest the same thing as I suggested in the three meat ragu. Consider using the meatloaf mix. Consider using another option like making a chicken burger. Or on another note, and I'm not just talking about the bland, basic, bean burger. Consider weaving in other options into your vegetarian burger. Your vegetarian based burger could be more than just a black bean burger that tastes like death. Um, I feel like sometimes when we tell people to make black bean burgers, we forget to tell them to add in other ingredients that might add a different texture and it provides just a tad bit more flavor. So this means that your black bean burger can add in things like mushrooms. Once again, you can add in things like rice, and you can actually use things like cooked quinoa to make as a binder. This is exceptionally helpful for people who have gluten issues, or people who may suffer from, just not knowing how to actually just do the proper temperatures in the pan. So with the black bean burger or like a mushroom burger option, you have the option to either cook it in the oven. It's really good at 350 to 375 degrees, or you can cook it on the pan, but take your time when cooking and preparing this. You don't need too much oil, but the pan should start off at a pretty moderate temperature. Most times, a lot of people make errors in their cooking process because we start off with a cold pan. It is absolutely frowned on in my industry. What you should do is turn your pan on, find a nonstick pan, or if you're cast iron friendly, consider using a cast iron pan. Preheat your pan on medium fire. It doesn't have to be scorching hot. We're not trying to be Gordon Ramsay here. Instead, start off in a medium temperature pan. Let it warm up for about 3 to 4 minutes. Put in a little bit of oil. Make sure that the oil that you're using is a high smoking oil. This just means it's not extra virgin olive oil or something that has a lot of moisture in it, because the last thing you need is for your face to be blown off, because we put in an oil that burns really quickly. If you ever see like this weird murky look in the air or it smells funny, it's probably because you're using a low smoking point oil. So what I suggest with my burger is try, consider, and exploring different options like different types of meat cuts, looking into vegetarian based burgers. And when it comes down to your fries, don't limit your fries to russet potatoes. There's so many things out there in this world. You don't have to even fry your potatoes. You can consider doing home fries in the oven, which just basically means that you're chopping it up into a medium, maybe even a small dice, throwing in things like bell peppers, onions, make it exciting. And then once you roast these things off, which is a temperature that's anything over 400 degrees, safely you can do this at 400 to 425 degrees. You toss it around in some oil. You can season it with salt, pepper, onion powder, garlic powder, paprika. You can throw in a little bit of parsley, dry parsley flakes would be great. Tossing these things around and put it in the oven, roasted for about 30 to 35 minutes. Check on it, see if the outside is crispy and the inside is soft, and it's just delicious. It's a great option and a great pairing. The last recipe that I have on here of events of meals that you can consider before your event is the hearty Moroccan chickpea soup. Now, this is a great option for people who may want to use this soup actually on your race day or your adventure day, whether you're going hiking or maybe you're a backpacking cyclist. These are great options that you can have before your event and actually transport with you during your event. We'll talk a little bit later about transportation, and be mindful about the time here. So it's a great option to incorporate whether you're a meat lover or you're not a meat lover. Let's say you just want to stick to incorporating some type of meat in there. A great meat to incorporate into a Moroccan chickpea soup would be lamb, maybe even shredded beef, or throwing in some type of chicken. What I love about these things is that you have the option eat it cold or hot. It's packed with vitamin A, it's packed with iron, and it really breaks down slowly inside of your body, which means that when you're actually like eating while you're traveling, um, these things are breaking down slowly over time, especially if you're a slower paced person like me. When I'm running or I'm cycling, I'm not a speed demon. And I like being able to actually take breaks along the way. So for every hour that I'm out there, I like to give myself some time to hydrate. And then I like to actually chew on something. Some people are just not meant for things like energy gels. Those things don't work well for their body. If you're a person that wants to eat something that's hearty and flavorful, I think that these options are great for you. Let's go to the next slide. Awesome. So, meal ideas for your training day. So, on the day of training day, in the previous slide, I actually talked about um, meatless burgers. Bean burgers are actually not just great for things that you can eat prior, but these are great transportation options. And you'll notice here in this slide that I'll actually touch on that. So for my coffee drinkers, my well caffeinated people, or maybe even my decaf lovers, I can't relate. For those that would love to make a good cold brew, here's the easiest way to do it. I want you to take your not your instant cold brew, not your instant coffee. You're going to take coffee that you would typically put inside of, your coffee maker, or the coffee that you would take some time to steep. You're going to put that at the bottom of a jar. Mason jars are great for this, not to travel with, but it's great to actually use if you're just making it at home. If you are a person that's like, I would love to take this cold brew that I can eventually strain on the go, try looking into plastic containers that are safe, that's food grade safe. There is a difference because some of these plastic containers actually can build up bacteria, or some of these containers are only made for one-time use. To be very conscious of the environment, try looking into food grade containers, food grade plastic containers, and they're typically a little bit harder. So what you're going to do is you're going to take a couple of scoops of coffee. Let's say it's about 16 ounces. Safely put in about 2, no more than 3, unless you're one of those people that's like, I need a really strong coffee. Take about 2 teaspoons, 3 teaspoons max, put it at the bottom, pour some hot water on top, leave just a little bit of room, because after a while, when you seal off something that's hot, it might cause like a little bit of a buckle. You're going to let that seat for at least 16 hours. I personally recommend going for the full 24. You're just going to pack that right into the fridge. When you're ready and you're traveling on the go, all you need is this portable strainer, and you can pour that coffee over that strainer, and it can go into a different cup, and then you just enjoy it. You can add in your sugar, you can add in your non-dairy creamer, because I mean, if we're going to be outside, you don't want to be transporting, whole milk with you. So you might want to look into something that is safe to go out there, and it's not going to spoil, and it's not going to ruin your entire adventure. If you are a person who is into tea, then consider things like a combination that I suggested on here is a combination of brewing ginger, turmeric, and peppermint. It's a great combination. Not only is it refreshing, but it is super helpful for inflammation. If you suffer from a lot of that, I'm personally one of those people who suffer from a lot of inflammation. And this option allows you to have it as a hot option or a cold option. If you choose to do it as a hot or cold option, I would heavily consider you to invest into a leak-proof vacuum seal insulated container. Or if you have to, you can look and you can pretty much brew this stuff in advance, cool it down, and put it into a plastic container that you can store for later, and then take it along the way. Just make sure that it's actually sealed up, because I would hate for any of y'all food and your stuff to be damaged because it's not on there. That's like one of the biggest mistakes that a lot of people make. Now, secondly, I have a kick-ass toasted kale, chickpeas, and quinoa recipe that I like to make. It's super simple. What you could do is you can either toast your kale in the oven. It's basically the way that you would make kale chips. You toss very little oil on it. You're going to massage the kale. Yes, it's the same way that you visualize massaging your body. It's the same way that you're going to slightly massage your kale, just not so intimate. And you can season it with some salt. You can season it with pepper, and very lightly with some garlic. And you put it inside of the oven on a sheet tray. Make sure it's not super crowded. You put it at 425 degrees, preheated oven that's 425 degrees. Throw it in there, 8 to 10 minutes. Your kale is crispy. You can combine this with some cooked quinoa, throw in some lemon juice, throw in some oil, olive oil, works really, really good with it. Salt, pepper, cumin, Italian seasoning, some garlic powder. You're going to mix this stuff up, and you can open up a can of chickpeas. You can opt to just rinse it off and drain it, or you can actually take those chickpeas and you can toast them on the stove. I honestly think it adds on extra flavor. If you add in things like cumin, salt, and pepper, you don't have to cram it with too many ingredients, and you're going to toss all of this stuff together like a salad. Do not be afraid to throw in things like green onions, red onions, maybe some toasted bell peppers that you sauteed on the stove. You can even weave in things like walnuts or pistachios or almonds, and you can toast those things as well. Fold those things into your salad. Maybe lemon juice is not enough for you. Maybe you want to look into another citrus. Sky is the limit when it comes to this recipe. Another thing to consider is don't really fall off or, give peanut butter and jelly sandwiches like a bad rep. You just need to build up your flavors. Build up your flavors with things like bananas. You can throw in strawberry jams instead of using the traditional traditional jellies. You can throw in things like dates. Dates are super helpful as fillers, and they have a lot of flavor. People kind of sleep on this a little bit. You can use things like sunflower butter. You can use almond butter. You can even weave in things like apples into your peanut butter and jelly. And honestly, the thing that I have not mentioned on this slide, another thing to consider is, instead of using it on traditional bread, consider throwing it onto a wrap. You can put this on a burrito wrap. You can put it on a taco wrap. I know it sounds kind of strange, but considering that I usually go out there for like 8 to 10 hours with something, Yeah, nothing strange after about 4 hours. When you're losing electrolytes and you're seeing doubles, it's pretty helpful. Another thing to consider, these are the last two that I actually have on this list. I'm going to kind of wrap up and expedite things a little bit quicker because we have about 5 more minutes to go before I jump into question and answer. So I consider doing bite-sized potato and fish cakes. Um, Bite-sized potato and fish cakes with a salad in a jar. I love doing things like salmon and sweet potatoes, and I like turning those into croquettes. I have a recipe for that, so I would definitely supply that. And if you want to stick with canned goods, you can actually drain off your tuna fish and you can turn these into croquettes and then do some boiled baby potatoes on the side. You can throw in some salt, you can throw in some pepper. They're easy to transport and they're packed full of flavor. And it's not like just chewing on gummy bears the entire time. The last thing is the bean, avocado, and red rice burrito. Super flavorful, super easy to make. Your red rice, honestly, it's just a tomato base. You make your rice the traditional way, but you're going to throw in a little bit of tomato sauce right on top. You're going to season that with some salt, pepper, garlic powder, and onion powder. And you're just going to cook that according to the recipe. The packaging ingredients, excuse me, you're going to cook that according to the packaging. Everybody's time is different depending on the brand. So you just follow that way, but you can weave in things for your beans. You can throw in a mixture of red beans and black beans, or you can do pinto beans only. You can turn this into a free fried option, which basically means squashing some of the beans down to make it flatter, and you can do it that way. And avocado, you can never go wrong with. I'm going to go to the next slide. So for hydration considerations, sometimes we really neglect, as simple as it is, sometimes we really neglect on our hydration needs. Consider actually bringing out things more than just water. We need electrolytes. In order to be able to do the things that we do, we severely need to incorporate sodium as we are moving. So this may mean bringing your water inside of a hydration pack or putting your water inside of an insulated container, attaching something to your bike. I also heavily recommend avoiding alcohol days prior to your major event because it dehydrates the body, it disrupts your sleep patterns, and may even cause gastrointestinal issues. Other hot drinks to actually consider or cold drinks to consider would be fruit juice, just to kind of change up the flavor in your mouth. You can go in things like hot cocoa, may not be the thing for right now, considering the temperatures are getting a little bit warmer, and of course, coffee. The last thing I'll leave you with is dehydrated meal options. With dehydration, with the dehydration option, we tend to only think that it's possible by using a food dehydrator. Actually, there is a way to go about it, and you can do it in your oven. Take your oven down to no more than 200 degrees. The sweet spot is about 150 to 160 degrees. Place these things in the oven, and it's really good to actually do with meat or with fruit. You're going to put that in the oven on a wax paper because it's super helpful when that stuff starts to dehydrate. You're able to lift it off without kind of like fighting your pan. You're going to pop that in there for like about 4 to 6 hours. At tops, maybe no more than 10 hours. It depends on how low your temperature is. Along the way, remember to flip on both sides. You can go to the next slide. So packing tips is the last thing I'll leave you with. Packing tips. So you want to figure out what's going to work for you. What are you going to do? Be a heavy packer or a light packer? If you want to be super minimalist, or you want to make sure that you have everything available for, I don't know, the safety nut in you. Let's go to the next one. So packaging tips for the everyday adventurer. These are some of the things that I've learned from other multi-sport athletes and from my own personal hiccups. The things that you want to be mindful of. You want to avoid as many glass containers as much as possible. You want to make sure that your containers are food grade. If you're not into sugar, consider things like alternatives like the honey or molasses or applesauce or maple syrup. Keep a healthy balance between packing enough fuel and not overweighing yourself. The last thing you want to do is carry an entire suitcase on your back or on your bike or whatever way that you're transporting these things, and now you're not enjoying your trip. It's super helpful to plan these things in advance. So this may mean actually writing out a list beforehand before you go to the supermarket. Then the day before your event, looking at that same list and saying, what items do I want to bring with me? Instead of having to wake up that morning or maybe that afternoon, depending on what time that you're actually starting your adventure, and scrambling and trying to figure out what exactly am I going to do. Also, take in consideration to evaluate the space of what things you're taking with you. So this may mean evaluating what kind of backpack or pannier that you're actually going to pack your food into. Um, Consider if your backpack is actually insulated. It's really helpful to get a backpack that's actually waterproof, and be mindful of the weather conditions before you leave out the house. Next slide. The last time, although I can't really touch on everything here, one of the biggest things that I'll leave you with is this. Please do not troll yourself into thinking that you have to eat one particular way compared to other people that you're out there with. Most times we start to look at the left and look at the right and realize our friends are eating completely different from us, but that's the thing that works for their body, not necessarily for yours. The best advice I can ever offer anyone is to listen to yourself and listen to your body. With your body, the way that you respect your body is going to look different from the next person. Sure, you can read all the magazines out there. You can, you can research on different practices. But if something works, just go with it. So I think that's about close to concluding my part of the presentation. I don't think there's another slide that's on there. So if you want to find me on social media, you can always find me as I am Shauntay, Running Fat Chef. Or you can find me on my podcast, Running Fat Chef podcast, which I plan on resuming very, very soon. Or you can actually visit my website at www.runningfatchef.com. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Latoya, thank you. We love seeing your process and learning from you. And I really appreciate just the intersectional approach and bringing in the social justice, food justice component to it, because it's important to highlight how food isn't accessible to everyone, as well as how everyone's body processes food differently. So I think you just made some excellent points, and really grateful to sit with you for this question and answer component.
Thank you.
So we do have some questions from the audience.
Awesome.
The first one is, how do you feel about air fryers? They're pretty popular right now.
Oh.
Do you have a favorite air fryer recipe, and what are your general thoughts about them?
Oh my gosh, air fryers. Now you just lit me up from the inside. Air fryers, for me, my professional approach of an air fryer is a convection oven. I use those throughout my entire career, where it's these oversized convection ovens, and it cooks evenly. And I think that's really where the fascination with air fryers come from, because we're getting a smaller version of that convection oven without all of the mess that's involved in it. One of my favorite recipes, and my following is forever calling me a hoe when it comes down to fish. I don't care. I know, I understand Black people. I don't know, something about us Black and brown people. I think salmon has a hold on us, because we would turn 60,000 recipes with this piece of salmon. But for me, I keep it simple. I like to season my salmon with salt, pepper, garlic powder, onion powder. It's like my staple. Like, you're going to recognize, like, that is my staple, to keep those 4 seasonings in there. But I also like to throw in, if I remove the salt and I just replace it with something like soy sauce, I like to marinate it with a little bit of soy sauce. I throw in just a little drizzle of sesame oil. I'll pretty much marinate that for about 20 to 30 minutes, pop that baby in the air fryer. I put it in there for like 375, cook it for no more than 12 minutes. Oh, baby, it's a fabulous dish that you can pair up with a rice inside of your rice cooker. Or if you want to make another air fryer dish, cut up your potatoes really small. Do a small dice on your potatoes and just put salt and pepper. I know this is going to sound really basic, but just hear me out. Take the salt and pepper, a little bit of oil. People tend to use avocado oil in their air fryer. They usually spritz it on there. You're going to cook this, you're going to roast it at 400 for probably about 20-25 minutes. When you take it out, this is when the magic happens. Take those potatoes, put it inside of a bowl. You're going to throw in a little bit of truffle oil. You don't need to go crazy with the truffle oil. Like when I see people do that, I'm like, first off, truffle oil is expensive.
Right?
So let's not do that. You're just going to take a little bit. That's going to go a long way. You're going to throw in some herbs, throw in some dried herbs. Like we ain't got to go to the supermarket and buy fresh thyme. No. Get the ones that's inside the can. Don't be bougie. Get the ones that, go inside your cabinet. You can use dried parsley. You can throw in either thyme or rosemary. But remember, rosemary is super powerful. Throw in a little bit of salt, throw in a little bit of pepper, and we're going to do that fancy toss that we see all the chefs do. And that's it. You can saute some spinach on the side. You can throw in some baby kale. You can do whatever you want. But baby, as simple as that is, it's packed full of flavor.
I mean, I'm hungry, so I'm glad we got a break after this. But that sounds delicious, and thank you for sharing that. Another question from the audience. What are your go-tos for race day when the week gets too busy and prep time is non-existent? Like what combo of prepackaged things work or could work?
I don't care what anybody say. I am down for junk food. And I'm talking about like those like thick cookies. Sometimes I need to be able to go to the supermarket and say, this is what works for me. So I love things like beef jerky. I'm talking about like what is it called? The Slim Jims.
Mm-hmm.
The Slim Jims are my jams. Okay. I will throw a Slim Jim in there, a bag of potato chips because the potato chips have salt in it and it's crunchy. It has a different layer to it. I'll throw that into my kit. I will fold in a couple of gels, but for my body, gels don't work well for me after a certain amount of time. It has this really pasty feel in my mouth. And I know a lot of people have that in common. So they're just like, the gels don't work for me. And then after a while, eating like these oatmeal bars, it's just like, ugh. I'm like, can we do something else?
Yes.
Like, can we please do something else? So for me, if I am in a scramble, if I have enough time and I made mashed potatoes, one of my go-to tricks is to put that mashed potatoes inside of like a Ziploc bag.
Mm-hmm.
And I I'll bite a little bit of like a hole on the side and I'll take that mashed potatoes in because it has to be better than anything else that's on that course.
I know that's right. Well, I really appreciate the diversity of what you just shared and the simplicity that it doesn't have to be a pre-packaged fancy meal that's being marketed towards you because you're an athlete, but that you can just get these simple products and it'll do the same job. And I love how you continue to reiterate, find out what works for your body because all of our bodies are different. Big tips. Audience also wants to know, when's your next long event and what is it?
Oh my gosh. Okay, so it depends on how people classify long events. So my next race is going to be on April 10th. Mm-hmm. It's with the Shapes Women's Half. I'm actually running on behalf of Food Bank for New York. So that speaks, heavy to my heart. After that, I'll be doing the Pittsburgh Half Marathon. That's on May 1st. I'm super anxious. And the other one that I have on my list is doing my first in-person triathlon. And that's going to be with the Philly Women's Half. The Philly Women's Triathlon. I figured if I'm going to, do something in person, then I would love to be around a bunch of other strong women while I'm doing it. And that event will have me swimming a quarter mile. I believe the cycling is somewhere around 10 to 12 miles. And the run, I believe, is around 3 miles. So I'm super excited. I'm dying to get back into some type of cycling event. It would be great if I had got into the TD Bank 5 Boroughs cycling tour. I don't think I think that their registration is actually done by now, but I'm going to look into something else. I miss the cycling community, to be very honest. I miss being able to go out there and knock out 100 miler on the bike, even though I feel like hell afterwards, and my ass be going to sleep.
You said it with so much ease, like it comes super
Like,
easy to you.
no. I make it sound easy, but it is. I be out there cursing like hell.
I understand. Well, we will look out for you at those upcoming events. They sound amazing, and wishing you the best on those endeavors as well. Another question: what are some easy trades you make to get a higher caloric intake during a long event?
Wow. Repeat that one more time for me.
What are some easy trades you make to get a higher caloric intake during a long event?
For me, I am not a pasta girl like that. It's very hit or miss. So I will eat somebody's potatoes, anything, in a heartbeat. Especially since on race day, or like for any type of event, I'm very hot and cold when it comes down to feeling after a while. After a while, you're just like, all right, I'm over it. I'm tired. I smell like ass. I really do not want to eat. So, what I tend to do is I try to find things that are super basic that I don't have to do much of the chewing mechanism. So I'm gonna reiterate, mashed potatoes are my best friend. Finding something that is packed full of sodium is a great shortcut for me, because the first things that I usually suffer from is a sodium deficiency. So I'll watch my hands swell up regardless if it's running, cycling, or anything in between. The first signs is that I'm not hydrating enough. I'm not getting enough sodium, and my food is suffering. And now I find myself miserable and hating everything, including the air. Right. So one of the ways I get around this is to eat a lot of potato-based stuff, or what I've adopted from ultra running is to eat things that have beans in it. Because it gives me the vitamin K, the potassium that I need for that day to be able to rebuild my muscles. I try to go for things that are slow carbohydrates. I don't always like to stick to the whole bagel thing. After a while, bagels just taste like air to me. It's just so pasty. It's hard as hell. It's been sitting out there for hours. I don't want to touch it. So give me something like bananas. If I have a friend out on the course that has some fried plantains, I'm your best friend. If you can give me some type of food with a burrito option that's easy for me to pack and go, that I can prepare the day before, or someone else have out there, that's great. And as far as getting in some type of fats, I like things like avocado when I do have the option and the luxury. What I realize is that those things are easily available at ultra running events and sometimes in the cycling community.
Do you ever use salt tablets to reincorporate sodium?
Yes, I've used salt. I use sodium tablets. I'm a baby about swallowing pills, so I do the chews. And yes, some of them taste disgusting, but guys, you can look into the ones that have flavor. They have some that have a lime flavor. They have cherry flavored ones, and I love Scratch Labs. Scratch Labs makes the individual packets, or you can take the big bulk packaging one, and you can just take out a couple of scoops, or you can use the individual packets. Throw it into your water and just squish it around your mouth and then drink it, because that's going to get you going for at least 45 minutes. For some people, that's all they need. For me, I need a little bit more. So I learned that for every 30 minutes that I'm running, I need to get in 8 ounces of water. For every 45 minutes that I'm running or I'm cycling, I need to get in at least 8 to 12 ounces of electrolytes, because that's what works well for my body. And then when it comes down to the food ratio, I need to get in some type of mixture of carbs, protein, and fat within like every hour to no more than an hour and a half, because after that I'm bonking and you don't want to talk to me while I'm struggling, because not only do I smell like death, but my attitude is probably going to screw face you too.
Fair enough with the work that you're putting in. It's such a science. How long did it take you to figure yourself out in regards to this?
I'm constantly reevaluating what works for my body. Um, it really varies from what activity that I'm doing. When I'm powerlifting, I'm really good when it comes down to eating protein and before an event, and then the couple, like maybe a day or two, I need to go carb happy, which is like one of my downfalls. I'm not much of a carb eater. I will eat protein all day long. So what I've learned is that if you're struggling with eating food like that, especially with a little bit of transparency here, um, I practiced disordered eating habits back in 2015, and it is something that I think stays with you for the rest of your life because you're constantly fighting this internalized fat phobia, or you're fighting to stay within the community or to be taken seriously. So those are the things that I keep in mind. So instead of putting myself underneath another layer of pressure, I eat days beforehand. And these were tips and tricks that I learned from other athletes who were going through similar hardships like me, where they're just like, on race day, you may never be able to eat as much as you need to. So give yourself a head start. This might mean increasing it by 300 to 500 calories that week before your event. This may mean when you wake up in the morning, wake up a couple of hours beforehand, eat a major meal, give yourself some time to have the TMI moments, which is going to the bathroom, going to the bathroom a second time. They don't you race day poops and jitters, whatever you need to do to make sure that you are properly fueled. And then also adding in some type of electrolytes before you start your event. That was a game changer. Giving myself a pregame of electrolytes, of a sodium tablet, or drinking Scratch Labs, or taking an untapped maple before I start my event gave me a jump start just in case at one of those markers I'm not keeping up with time anymore. It's helpful. It's helpful to keep me doing what I need to do.
Yeah, that was really informative. I can't even imagine the trial and error to figure out what works best, but thank you for that. And then one last question before we go to our break is, what are some resources you've looked to guide your journey?
Oh my gosh. I'm inspired by other people. When other people are transparent, it affords me the opportunity to be transparent. I think that a lot of us are really tired of the super curated feeds.
Mm.
That's like, I do everything right. I don't make any mistakes. I like feeds where I'm able to laugh and I'm laughing with them because I'm just like, I made that mistake too. So it's not easy to just look at the magazines to tell you 5 special tips to help you power through your workout. I think it's bullshit. To be very
Yeah.
frank, I think it's bullshit. I don't think that it considers people who have health issues like me. I have chronic conditions. I don't think that some of these manuals or some of these books consider marginalized populations, whether we're talking about race, gender, we're talking about class, or people like me who started off their fitness journey not knowing where their next meal was going to come from. It does not take a lot of us into consideration. The more that we talk about intersectionality, then I think that we'll see a new wave of athletes coming out there.
Thank you for that. I think the intersectionality is just so pivotal to so much of our work, and you're doing such a great job in your arena.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time here. We appreciate you so much. Next up, we will have our break for you to stretch those legs, maybe get some grub. Come back and join us at 2:30 for some emotional intelligence and body poems. Thank you again, Latoya.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. Hopefully, you enjoyed the break. Next up, we have the wonderful, uh, my brother from another mother and fellow Black Fox, Jalen Bazile. Jalen is a bike packer, outdoorsman, and community bridge builder. He's also newly an entrepreneur. He has a new business coming in the works, so you'll be seeing some goodness from him in this very, very near future. He also facilitates outdoor trips, community gatherings, and self-supported adventures. He's bringing us Say What About Soft Skills, a guide to emotional intelligence. We all know the phrase soft skills as a placeholder for things like communication or self awareness. In this informative workshop, we'll dive into how these emotional intelligence skills are far from easy or soft, yet bring immense meaning and joy to our lives. Don't forget your pens and your pencils. You'll want to take notes.
Hello, how is everybody doing today? I am so excited to be here and share about emotional intelligence and these soft skills that we've been talking about for far too long now. So I'd like to, here, let me make sure that I am doing everything. Cool, alrighty. So I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Jalen Bazile. My pronouns are he and him. And right now I'm based in Northwest Arkansas. This is the ancestral lands of the Osage, Caddo, and Quapaw nations. And I actually just want to make sure that everybody can see my slides. There we go. Okay, cool. So alrighty, now introduce myself. So right now I am my name's Jalen, and I am based in the ancestral lands of the Osage, Caddo, and Quapaw nations, and this is in Northwest Arkansas. And it kind of feels like a coming home for me. I actually graduated high school not too far from Northwest Arkansas, so I am psyched to kind of be back in the area. And my career has been in helping people develop their sense of self, their sense of community, their sense of earth and wonder through leading people outside in a variety of ways. That is bike packing, climbing, backpacking, and mountaineering. And to support my work in the outdoors, I am also a certified emotional intelligence coach with a company called Collaborative Growth, and that is through the Mental Health Solutions. And those of you who are curious, yes, I am that Pisces friend, but my moon and rising are Leo. So, watch out. I would like to start off this presentation just kind of telling you a little bit about how I got here, how I landed here today. So please don't gush at some adorable photos. But I grew up as the only boy with two sisters and a single mom, as you'll see kind of down in the corner. Those are my two beautiful sisters. And I felt really blessed growing up with women. I was a really, really sensitive kid, like just was always kind of like feeling things really deeply. And I felt protected and kind of safe around my sisters and mom. I grew up in Houston, Texas, but moved a lot. And to give you a perspective, I went to 12 different schools from first grade through 12th grade. So that is essentially a new school every year. It wasn't every single year a new school, but I moved around a lot. And because of this, I excelled at some skills. So I got really good at being flexible and adaptable as a kid. And I was one of those children who kind of felt their way through life. I kind of just knew and was very attuned to the environments in which I was around, and kind of got good at being a chameleon to whatever new environment I was in. However, I really struggled to express myself and use my voice. I was that kind of shy kid who it took a lot for me to speak up. Um, and also, I think because of some kind of toxic adult figures in my life, I wasn't really allowed to speak up as well. Um, I kind of say, I have this saying that I grew up with some of the best, worst examples as far as like the men in my life growing up. And so I learned to suppress my emotions. And today we're going to be diving into emotions. And I want to use my story to kind of contextualize what all this emotional intelligence really means and how it shows up in our life. And so growing up, shy kid, really hard to express my emotions. However, I was really good with other people. And in school, my sensitivity was, showed up there. And um, I was really interested in like the band, music, and arts. However, I was more so forced to do sports and think like Central Texas sports. It's like those towns that shut down because of a football game. And for social survival reasons, I essentially had to play a sport. Um, so I survived, gratefully and thankfully. And I survived using some of these survival tactics, such as, my wit, my gift of gab, just being able to kind of say whatever needed to be said in order to get through whatever situations. And so I had this like fake it till you make it mentality. And I was the first generation I was a first generation college student. And so when I got to college, I really chose differently than what had been chosen for me growing up. I chose to study art and philosophy versus doing sports. And I came upon this study and kind of question of happiness. And I took this very seriously. I wanted to know like how do we live a good life essentially, and this is a lot of the ancient Greek philosophy, um, and because of my studies it actually drove me out of school, because throughout school I just didn't see how getting a degree or kind of like getting so and so credits was going to help me fulfill this like happy life. And it wasn't just being joyful and kind of having all the warm fuzzy feelings. It was like what really meant to lead a good life. And so I found myself in Colorado. As you see, there's a picture down in the center there. And I started working full time at an outdoor education center. And this was extraordinary. I had never been to the mountains. I didn't know what um, mountain biking was, or climbing, or any of the like outdoorsy things we know of today. It was really my first experience. And during that time, it was a chance for me to reclaim my childhood, and it was full of novelty. Um, and I felt at the time that I was really living my life outdoors, that was aligned with kind of the philosophy that I held of like living a good life. And so this is when I first came across emotional intelligence, particularly in my role as a counselor and later as like a counselor of counselors and director, where my job as an outdoorsman was to maintain a physically and emotionally safe space for the young people that I was leading, while facilitating, say, adventure and fun and challenge. And what this did was allowed me to leverage my skills that I had used growing up to survive, such as my interpersonal skills, um, my survival skills of like being wit and kind of adaptable. And this was also unique for me because it was an all boys camp, and I grew up with women and sisters, and so I never really got a chance to develop brotherhood. And so this was a first time for me to also embrace the love of brothers and really step into that. And so I'd like to, let's say, keep using my story throughout my talk to kind of, as I said, contextualize these things as far as emotional intelligence. And it was through my work as an outdoorsman that they really started picking up. But before I go too far with my story, I'd like to kind of pause and let's answer the question, like, what is emotional intelligence? What are soft skills? And they're formally known as, like, effective communication, or it's that person who, really works well with others, or, has empathy. And emotional intelligence is still pretty new to the scene. It wasn't until the 80s that we really started talking about multiple intelligence. And so Howard Gardner wrote about this idea of multiple intelligences, not just cognitive intelligence, but things like visual intelligence or spatial intelligence or musical intelligence. And so we wanted to, during the research that was happening in the 80s, we wanted to give more ways of identifying success for people versus just cognitive intelligence. So Reuven Bar-On in 1985, he created this thing called EQ, which is emotional quotient. We have IQ, cognitive intelligence, or cognitive quotient. And so Reuven Bar-On created EQ. And then just 5 years later, the term emotional intelligence was coined by John Mayer and Peter Salovey. And so multiple intelligence right now is, as I said, still kind of becoming mainstream. And to give you perspective, IQ was founded in 1904, I believe, but it didn't become popular until like World War II, and even more so in the 60s. So it makes sense that EQ is kind of becoming slow to become mainstream. I think maybe that's just how things are. But we are headed in a really great direction, where I predict and really look forward to one day having, say, an SAT version for EQ that we can take and kind of identify where our skills are. So I like to break down emotional intelligence into a really easy, digestible definition, and that is effectively understanding, responding to, and navigating our own and others' emotions. And this really means, like when you walk into a room and you're sussing out, is it safe? Like, who's my friend? Who's my foe? When you are telling somebody a secret and there is rapport and trust between you, and you kind of sense that, okay, this is safe to say. For me, when I was younger, it was deciphering how to show up when I got home based on, say, what mood my parents were in, kind of navigating those situations day to day. And I want to use I'm not a fan of binaries, but to kind of digest this a little further, I want to use a binary in order to kind of break down emotional intelligence. And so on one side, we have the self, and this is everything that is happening with us. This is, to use a metaphor, like our side of the street. So this is accepting ourselves, expressing ourselves. This is, how we talk to ourselves. And then on the other side of the street, it's essentially what is happening with other people and our interface with the outside world. So this is like showing empathy or maintaining boundaries. How are we meeting in the middle of this figurative street, and showing up for others, kind of having those mutually satisfying relationships. And for the self, there's actually this quote that I really love. Is like, do you enjoy the company that you keep? And when I first heard that, it really stopped me in my tracks. And I was like, oh, all right. So the goal here is all about balance. We are not going to be good and proficient at everything. Everything is a balance. And so while we go through this, I'll keep using my sword, but while we go through this, kind of check in with yourself, and if any of these points or skills or kind of tools resonate with you, please go ahead and jot them down, and just take whatever really works for you. So to start on the self, this is understanding what you feel and why, and managing your own emotions. And I like to use a kind of another metaphor, and it's called mind, heart, body. So what's happening to a really good, easy check-in is what's happening with our mind. What are our thoughts and stories that we're telling ourselves? What's happening with our heart? What are the things that we feel? Can we name the emotions and label them as they come up? And then what's happening with our body? In the moment, is our heart racing? Do we have maybe a habit or pattern of behavior that is correlated to a specific trigger or situation? And so for me, what it looks like when I am really kind of heavy-handed or really skilled and proficient with kind of the managing myself and understanding what I feel. For me, some things that show up are, I am really great at tuning into my feelings and kind of knowing what I feel, emotionally regulating, and this idea of like self-improvement, like trying to better myself with goals, etc. But what can happen is the other side of the street kind of gets neglected. So that can look like, for me, struggling to take a stance and not really being assertive, or being flaky and not reliable, or overcommitting, or like struggling to ask for help. So these are kind of two ways that this can show up, and those are examples that I've used for myself. And on the other side, this is developing and maintaining mutually satisfying relationships and understanding and responding effectively to others' emotions. So really navigating, our social circles. This is having effective communication. This is setting and maintaining boundaries. This is that balance between inter and codependency. And I think of when I moved to a new school, kind of navigating those social circles. What social groups do I interact with, and what social groups do I avoid? And so how this has shown up for me is, I can be really compassionate with other people, but then for myself, that sometimes doesn't always play out. I can actually be have like a quite negative self-talk, or practicing empathy along with compassion, and being adaptable and flexible to my changing environment. So those are some ways I'm really strong with kind of these other focused skills, versus with myself, that can be neglected with emotionally inexpressive, not being able to really put words to what I feel, or just really not accepting myself. Alrighty, so let's also define what emotional intelligence is not, because I think it's really good to define things as what they are and what they aren't. One, emotional intelligence is not IQ or cognitive intelligence. That is our ability to retain information. It's our like logic and reason. And it also, with IQ, peaks at around age 17. Whereas EQ doesn't peak until our 50s. We actually continue to get more and more emotionally intelligent as we grow. And then there's, the saying that once you hit 50, you kind of don't care about what people think, and you just really, can care less. Which, our elders in the community, we love you. Thank you. You are a guide. It's also not personality. Personality is more of a fixed set of traits that define us. For example, if you are an introverted person, tomorrow you're not just going to start gaining energy from being around people and call yourself extroverted. You're likely going to remain introverted. Whereas with emotional intelligence, you can go and develop particular skills to, say, communicate more effectively with groups, or learn how to public speak. So kind of difference between there. It's also not our aptitude. This is being like musically inclined or athletically inclined, has no correlation on whether or not we are good, or whether or not we manage our emotions or regulate ourselves. And it is, lastly, not therapy. The big difference between therapy and emotional intelligence is that therapy goes back in our history and really unpacks how we got here today. Emotional intelligence is more tactical and future based, kind of present future based, where it's like, what are tools that I can implement and use right now in order to achieve blank goal? And it also, it's, yeah, I'll just stop it at that. So we know what it is, we know what it isn't, and I'm sure some things have come up for y'all listening. And now I kind of want to share, okay, how is this measured? How do we get really concrete about emotional intelligence? So this here is the Reuven-Baron model. As you said, he came up with EQ. So Reuven-Baron created this, and this is in its second or third generation. And here you see 5 competencies of emotional intelligence, with EI, short for emotional intelligence, in the middle here. And EI really works when these 5 competencies are working together. You can see that 2 of them, self-perception and self-expression, are related more to like the self. And then there's 3 others which are related to kind of the outside, how we're managing the outside world, or managing ourselves, or managing the outside world with other people, like interpersonal skills or stress management, etc. And this is all about balance, right? Think of like an equality scale. It's about knowing which skills you are strong in and weak in, and then using those skills to accomplish whatever goals you have. And these are not societal goals. These are goals that you resonate with. I have a goal that I find peace, because I just, it's like there's a lot of madness in the world. I really just want to find peace. So, okay, how can I utilize maybe my flexibility that I've talked about to kind of like be okay with the ever-changing world, thus finding peace? And so I want to break some of these down. Also, here I'll mention there are 3 sub skills underneath the 5 competencies, and those are the things that I want to break down for you. Because instead of saying, oh, I want to increase my self-awareness, when we really want to do that, we've got to have something more concrete than just saying self-awareness. We've got to be able to say, okay, what part of self-awareness are we trying to focus on? And then let's make a strategy for focusing on that. So I think last thing I want to say here is, when I came across this, this was, I believe, in 2018, this transformed the way I showed up in my own work and in my own life. I was stepping into a program director role. So I was not only mentoring the young people that we would have at this summer camp and outdoor education center, but it was also the staff that came through. So this was a staff of about 70 young men and about 140 boys. And so it was my job to, again, as an outdoorsman, to create a physical and emotional safe space for everybody here. And so I utilized this model of emotional intelligence to really target some needs within that community, such as people feeling heard. I started to make decisions with as a group, with counselors and with the instructors. I started getting really creative about stress management now that I could see, oh, okay, we have optimism and stress tolerance that we can kind of work with. And I started helping people one-on-one increase their own self-awareness to navigate whatever challenges was coming up for them. So the rest of my talk here, I'd like to just dive into the self portion. I won't have time to go through all the competencies, but please hit me up at a different time. But I want to focus on the self because emotional intelligence starts with us. We are at the center of our universe always. We cannot help it. And so to really understand what's happening, like on our side of the street, gives us a huge leverage and step up into navigating some of these other skills, such as stress management, which I know is a great need right now in our community. So let's start with self-perception. So self-perception is this ability to know and manage your emotional self. And it is broken down into 3 different skills. So like self-regard, self-actualization, emotional self-awareness. And this is with self-regard, knowing your strengths and weaknesses and kind of accepting yourself. With self-actualization, it's having this drive to pursue meaning and to self-improve. And then emotional self-awareness is recognizing what you feel and why, and then how those feelings impact the world around you. And so when I first started this, I recognized immediately, oh, I do not have, my self-actualization is really great. I'm always trying to improve myself, but without knowing my strengths and where my strengths end and start and end, and where my weaknesses start and end, I was kind of like spinning on a wheel without making much progress. So this really helped me. And some tools to develop our self perception. We can, first and foremost, I will recommend this always, is to spend time in nature. Spend time particularly with yourself in nature. We can kind of hear our inner thoughts and our inner person a lot more whenever we are in the natural world. I really recommend talking with people who support and affirm your strengths and who can give you honest, constructive feedback on the things that you're not strong in. And sometimes I think in our society, we are hesitant to reach out to people and ask for feedback. And our inner circle, they know so much about us. And yet we sometimes, and I know that speaking from personal experience, fail to just reach out. So this is permission. You have permission to go reach out and be like, hey, what do you think? I think that goes a long way. For self-actualization, setting attainable goals and making a list of your accomplishments. I am notorious for saying, okay, this is how my goals tend to go, which I really need to change. Say Tuesday, I'm going to have my marketing scheme laid out. By Thursday, I'm going to, have my pitch deck ready for investors. And Friday, I'm going to, kick off with my Kickstarter. And it's like, that is only going to invite defeat. And so setting small incremental goals in order to reach this larger goal really helps us feel like we are improving in whatever ways that we're aiming to do. Our emotional self-awareness, I will always recommend seeking therapy. I think therapy, speaking with a trusted therapist, is different than speaking with, say, people who can give you, people who are close to you. You can maybe be a little more honest and vulnerable about the feelings that are coming up for you, and making that a practice and a habit of just acknowledging what things are coming up, trying to put words to the emotions that come up. And then keeping a journal is a great way that we can get feedback from ourselves on what it is we're feeling, and really reference that journal. And this has really helped me. And I think, emotional self-awareness is really key. So I know we have some friends who are therapists. Go talk to your therapist. And let's keep going. So self-expression is the other half of the self. And with self-expression, this is the ability to face the world and express our emotions. And this is this skill in particular, I've had to do a lot of work on and still do a lot of work on. I think the skill of emotionally express or to emotionally express yourself verbally and non-verbally has been really challenging for me, and from my experience, what I see of many men. We grow up in a world that tells us the only things that are safe to express are anger and often violence. And so when us men, and I want to speak to men particularly, when we have something inside that we can't put words to, and it is kind of bubbling up, and it's just not able to be spoken and articulated. That creates a lot of kind of turbulence within us. That creates a lot of uncomfortability, frustration, and annoyance. And so, what I say to my fellow brothers out there is really take this seriously as far as learning different words to put to the things that we are feeling. I think it will go a long, long way. Our assertiveness, communicating feelings and beliefs non-offensively. I think, to keep speaking to my experience as growing up as a man and having these adult figures, I think we can often be assertive and independent to a fault, and having being so overly assertive but not recognizing how we're coming off offensively. And then independence, being able to go and be self-directed and self-control. This goes a long way in feeling accepting oneself. So how do we develop self-expression? So first, let's see, we verbalize our feelings in conversation. We want to practice saying, I feel blank, and not just good or chill or, the other like 3 to 5 emotion words we typically use, but really being honest. And then that also puts the onus on the person asking, when they say, hey, how are you feeling? That they're really ready to receive what it is you're feeling. And one thing that we can do that is very tactical that you can start doing right now, that we'll actually do right after this slide, is learn new emotion words and practice using them. When we can contextualize our inner world more accurately, we begin to start having more skills and just more information to work with. It's like having more data to work with. So with being assertive, expressing a position, really standing up for yourself in a conversation. I think for me, I can speak to, I have learned to appease pretty much my whole life. And so I'm really trying to, when confronted with an idea or belief that I do not believe in, pause and really practice standing up for myself and be like, no, I actually don't agree with that. And here's why. And that is way easier said than done, to be honest. And then if you're a person who says yes all the time, practice saying no. And if you're a person who says no all the time, practice saying yes. And that also is much easier said than done, but has a tremendous impact on what we feel about ourselves and the way in which we honor our kind of inner world. With independence, engage in a hobby or activity that's just for you. And my little 2 cents is preferably in the natural world. When we have things that are kept close, that are kind of just for us, we feel that, okay, we can go out and do things. Say if you were to go camping for your first time alone, it's like you will learn a lot about yourself and have a much stronger sense of independence versus having an entire group. Not that that's for everybody, but it does have an impact on how we feel. And also take initiative on projects and goals. I think sometimes for me, I fall into waiting until somebody else takes the initiative, and here it's just an offering and being like, I'm gonna take the lead on this. So I wonder how this next slide is going to come up. And I guess, yeah, let's see. Oh, already, okay. Well, all the words are here. Well, what I wanted to do was ask you all actually to take the next like 20 to 30 seconds, writing down as many emotion words as you can for their happy, sad, mad, stressed, or chill. And I wanted to do this because us as a society right now use on average about 3 to 5 emotion words. So if you only are articulating and saying to yourself and others that I feel happy, or I feel sad, or I feel mad, or I feel stressed, or I feel chill, then your emotional world is very, very limited and simplistic, which causes a lot of frustration and kind of turbulence, because what is actually under happy or sad or mad or stressed or chill is a lot of complexity. And so the words that I have here are kind of synonyms or things that are close to those more simple words, but that are just using the letters A through C. Um, so these are just using A through C, and there are loads of words here. And what we can do is, if we go in and say, okay, well, I feel sad, but what if you really feel cold or appalled or confused? What happens is that you have a much different strategy and path to managing that emotion. It's a much different conversation when you can be more accurate with what it is you feel versus kind of staying on the surface. And so what I really wanted to do was have y'all come up with these words, or come up with whatever words you did. And this is an invitation to reach out and start using more different words that are accurately convey what it is you feel. And if you have that friend who tends to hang around these three or five kind of simplistic words, ask them more. Ask them to go deeper into what it is they feel, or introduce them to more words. And the last thing I'll say here is that I've used an app. It's called Mood Meter, and it essentially gives us words for different feelings. Um, it has a red, blue, yellow, and green grid, and we're able to kind of choose the different emotion words based on the intensity of the feeling and the pleasantness of the feeling. And so I have used it um, to increase my own emotional literacy. And it has done amazing things for me, especially in disputes or arguments, or when I've had a really great day. So again, that app is called Mood Meter. And I know I'm kind of running on time here, so I would like to close, or almost close, but I'd like to visit this idea of happiness, this thing that I studied in school and have kind of taken into my work as an outdoor professional. And these are the four skills: self-regard, interpersonal optimism, and self-actualization, that have contributed the most to our sense of happiness. And not just those warm, fuzzy feelings, but really feeling satisfied with life, really enjoying ourselves and experiencing enthusiasm for a range of activities. So if there were a starting point for you, I would recommend starting with these four skills: this idea of self-regard, accepting yourself and acknowledging your strengths and weaknesses; interpersonal relationships, what are the mutually satisfying relationships, that core group around us; optimism, this realistic positive attitude, which is very different than the kind of toxic positivity we've seen; and self-actualization, how are we bettering ourselves? So happiness is there. And my closing thoughts is around what I'm doing now. So my company, Travel Wide, is soon to be launching towards the fall. And I have this saying: if you're not living good, travel wide. Because what I essentially want to do is take these emotional intelligence skills and incorporate them into outdoor activities such as bike packing or cycling, backpacking or rock climbing, and to help people work on these skills while doing things that we find fun and enjoyable. And so I have to say my website is not up, which I was really hustling to get it up. So if you go to my web URL link, you'll see that it is still kind of a private site, but it will be up very soon. And feel free to follow me on Travel Wide on Instagram. Well, that was a lot of information, but I really appreciate you being here and listening. And I am excited for the questions. So thank you.
Hey, brother.
Yo, yo.
That was awesome. There was a lot there. And
Hmm.
I'm really glad it's recorded because I couldn't take the notes fast enough.
Oh, okay. Dang, okay.
No,
Yes, it is recorded.
yeah, I'm so glad it's recorded to kind of go back and be like, let me digest this
Hmm.
a bit slower. But shout out to the put it in the horoscope sign. I'm a Libra, Scorpio, Leo for anybody trying to slide. But yeah, just as a FYI, this was phenomenal piece. I feel like I have a lot to take from this, especially when I go and talk to my therapist and help me dig and think deeper. So I appreciate you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. I guess first question from the audience is I really struggle with keeping a journal. Like it'll work for a week or two and then I fall off completely. Any tips for staying consistent?
Yeah. Um, so there are multiple ways we can keep a journal, and I also struggle with keeping a written journal. And so I would say have a very attainable goal, and maybe it's not every day, but maybe it's once a week. And then you can use what I've used is have a video journal, so like with my phone that I have recorded myself, just like talking, really. An audio journal if I just like record myself just using a mic, and then also writing. And I think having like a once a week goal is much more attainable than like every single day. Or maybe it's like, at the end of a week on Sunday, it's like, okay, this is my time to kind of recap and check in with how I feel before the next week starts. So I'd say like, get a little creative with how you are capturing those thoughts and using a journal, and then have a really attainable goal.
Thank you for sharing. That's definitely a good look. I just to chime in, I am terrible also. So that question was like, yeah, what do I do? I think you all those different forms is definitely useful because you're able to capture different aspects of your mindset at that time, depending on what medium you use. Like if your video, you're seeing the voice inflection, the face, right? And all that versus,
Hmm.
when you're writing, it's only what you just choose to put down in text. So
Hmm.
I really
Yeah.
that's definitely something to think about. And sometimes I use the kind of notepad feature on my phone and I password protected. So if you this is something I do because I'm bad about bringing the notebook. So I think that's definitely a good point. Another question is when would you say you realize the importance of emotional intelligence?
Um, that's a great question. I realized the importance of emotional intelligence when I started working with young people. My career has been in like outdoor facilitation, and it's been primarily with young people. And I, it was what really brought things to the surface is that I knew that if I didn't address some of the behaviors and ways of thinking that I grew up around, that I would recreate that in my own life. And I didn't want to do that, particularly give the young people that I was working with, and also I'd say my partners that I've had in my life. I didn't want to recreate some of those patterns. So finding emotional intelligence and kind of diving in was I was intentional in trying to essentially correct some of those tendencies that I have.
Wow. How old were you when you started working with young people and then making that bridge of thought?
I was like 20 years old, or like maybe 21 or 22. Yeah, I was not a like typical like I didn't in college. I was not doing what everybody else did. I was kind of off on my own. Like, yeah.
Well, thank goodness, or we wouldn't be here. Um, so what would you say to folks who are hesitant to increase their emotional or EQ, excuse me, or hesitant or to be vulnerable? What advice would you give them?
Who are hesitant. Um, Well, one, I would say that you're expressing emotional intelligence all the time, like the way in which you talk. It's not something that we get away from. It's something that we expressed and that we navigate. And so the hesitancy is kind of like, maybe I'll take a shot in the dark of like what you would find, or like, what may come up if you really lean into that. And for that, I say it really takes courage. Um, because the as courageous we are is just as vulnerable we are. So there is no moving forward without vulnerability, with ourselves and with other people. And we just have to, I think it's like an acceptance thing of like, it's okay to be scared, do it anyways. Because if the thing about emotional intelligence, or the thing about like our the way we're programmed, is like, if we don't take the initiative and try and correct these things, then they'll kind of like uh, control us in a way. Like whatever ways in which we were brought up, those will play out, not under our control, if that makes sense. And I also want to say, this is not for the weak or lighthearted. Like, this is, people come up to you, oh, I'm just going to do this emotional intelligence. And it's like, do you know what you're signing up for? Because like really getting face to face with who you are and how you want to change and grow and develop can be a really difficult process. And I think it's tenfold rewarding whenever we choose to commit ourselves to the things that we want to improve.
And I guess how how would you recommend identifying and nourishing different intelligences in the youth?
Oh, I love this. Sam asked this. I think young people, this is just my own, what I think. I think young people really need to be validated with how they feel. Their emotional literacy is way higher than ours and our parents. They understand what they feel and often understand why. And I think when they are validated, and when they are kind of spoken to as if they are young people and not like itty bitty kids, it really helps them. Yeah, start to gain that independence, or to feel like they are one of us. If there's a more specific question there, I'm totally down. I think that's a pretty big question, but really important.
I guess, and my own question, how are they more open than adults? Why do you think that is?
Yeah, I love this. So it's like, it's kind of along the reason I like working with young people versus adults, and that's because they can't hide who they are. They haven't been on the earth long enough to like create this mask of navigating. It's like they just show you uh what they're going through, or what they feel. And this is a generalization for sure. I'm not making any trying to not make any broad claims. But yeah, they just don't have the experience of kind of like putting on that face for the outside world. And so when they are, when young people are around like trusted and supported people, I think we can have breakthroughs in their vulnerability, and getting them to kind of like express things that may take years down the road to either unlearn or kind of like correct, as what has happened with my life.
Hmm. Another question. Do you think emotional intelligence can cause a person to heal from insecurity, or only become aware of that insecurity?
Oh, for sure, absolutely. I think channeled with therapy, because emotional intelligence will give you tactical tools. So say, um, you have, say I have like an insecurity about, say I'm not reliable, which is totally a thing that that I've struggled with in my life. Kind of, I'm an overcommitting kind of person. That gives me a really deep insecurity, and sometimes is paralyzing. Well, when I can address what the underlying kind of strengths and weaknesses are for that, where it's like, okay, I'm really strong at kind of developing relationships, and meeting people where they are, etc., but I'm not so strong in seeing my like following through on some of the things. Then it's like, okay, I know where I know where I need to work on. It's like the relationship piece, I'm great. Now let me just like, find some different strategies for when I'm committing to things. Um, and I think honestly, pairing some of these skills with, or tactical tools with therapy really helps, because all of, the ways in which we behave is, it comes from somewhere. It has like a lot of information behind it. And if we're not willing to kind of go back and unpack how we got here, then we're going to be stuck kind of running on a hamster wheel, recreating the same things that we, are trying to avoid.
And this might be our last question based on time, but Jalen, do you have any tips on managing the feelings of guilt that can come with becoming more assertive and decisive in life?
Oh, yeah. My first tip is I will recommend Brene Brown's work around guilt and shame, and um, getting a understanding of the difference between guilt and shame. And then I think through her work, she has said there's a reason we feel guilt when being assertive, because the outside world tells us to not, to essentially not uphold our boundaries, that we need to people please, or we need to you should feel guilty for taking care of yourself, let's say in the realm of self-care, like, no, I'm not going to go out tonight, I'm going to like stay home and take care of myself. So separating the guilt versus the shame, it does a really, it's how do I want to say, it's separate, it's like a different path that we take of managing that. With shame, it's like I am, versus guilt, it's like I did. So I would recommend Brene Brown's work, and I think you'll find a lot of tools there.
Thank you for that. We'll definitely drop a link in the YouTube for Brene Brown. I'm sure they have a website or something, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Um, Another question is, do you have any advice for folks who are curious but not comfortable with the idea of therapy? Where to start?
Yeah, I do. Because I used to be one of those people. And depending on who you are and what your social circle is, and etc. For me, I'll share the things that I've done. I love to read, so I've read many books and have looked up a lot of like YouTube videos, and have sought out, and I've worked with an emotional intelligence coach, like myself. And there's also a thing called adventure therapy, which I really support. It's like it's not so much like going way back and unpacking things, but is a little more tactical in doing therapy, but outside moving. And so honestly, that is what I'm trying to do with my company, is to kind of give a middle ground between like therapy and say just going on a guided trip, is like offering something that gives people tools and resources to kind of like take on some of these things in our life, but isn't sitting in a at a chair in an office like, tell me all your darkest secrets.
I guess for folks who may be more fiscally challenged, because I guess going to therapy is a privilege.
Mhm.
So, what advice do you have for someone who may not have the money or healthcare to get to seek therapy?
Yeah. I let's see. I would say there's a lot of stuff that we can do on our own, and with the support of a community. I'm not an advocate for like the lone wolf, like you're just going to figure all this out on your own. I think we really need trusted and supported people around us. So curating that in that kind of social circle will go a long way, and being able to step in and be vulnerable and ask for help, and have this balance between putting work on the people around us to kind of help us with these things, and also taking on those things for ourselves, such as developing a journaling habit, being aware of what emotions we feel, and how we're responding to the environment around us, or particular triggers and events, and kind of taking ownership of who are we, and what are our strengths or weaknesses, and what is our level of acceptance with ourselves. I think could go a really long way.
On top of, you sharing Brene Brown, but are there some other EQ resources or content that folks can look to get information? Any other mentors that'd be good to drop?
Yeah, absolutely. And I wish I put that in the slide. Daniel Goldman has a book called Emotional Intelligence, which is really good. Marcia Hughes also has a book called Emotional Intelligence in Action that I've read cover to cover. And I mentioned Brene Brown, but I also want to specifically mention she has a book called Atlas of the Heart. It's actually right next to me. And this is like a deep dive into the emotions that we feel and kind of how to understand where they come from and what they truly are. And I think she also just released on HBO a talk series with multiple episodes of that book. So you can kind of get a snapshot of the book through HBO.
And earlier you mentioned that you were like certified and you sought training to do some of this work. If someone was looking to expand on that and also do that work, what resources would you point them to?
Yeah, so I went through a company called Collaborative Growth, which is with Mental Health Solutions, and I'd love to talk with that person. Like, if anybody has interest, I'd love to speak with them and share what my process was and how I started working with an emotional intelligence coach and kind of what how that has helped me personally and professionally.
And I guess speaking to your business, can you tell us a little bit more about Travel Wide and how you'll be folding in some of the things that you've learned here? I mean, that you share with us today into that model and what people can look forward to when they sign up to do something with you.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll be based in Florissant, Colorado, as well as doing work here in Northwest Arkansas. And what I hope to do is provide outdoor expeditions, courses, classes where people can choose either a day or multi-day activities such as rock climbing or bike packing. And I really want to start with bike packing. And through those activities, we have a curriculum, kind of a program curriculum, where we focus on the development of our self-awareness and specifically breaking that down while we're out there, and also our other emotional competencies such as stress management. And so take like the activity of rock climbing. Through rock climbing, we can kind of mentally prep and start implementing some of these tools quite immediately when we kind of get on a rope and are several feet up in the air. We can kind of go through the tools and the processes. I have like an ABCs or like a 1, 2, 3 kind of checklist, and then practicing those outside. My hope is that when we go back home, we can kind of have those be practiced enough and kind of repeated enough where they follow us back home. And when we get into, say, stressful circumstances, we fall back on those tools. Yeah, so I'm really excited.
And anyone who is looking to book you, they can definitely do that by checking out your socials, which we'll make sure are dropped into the chat. And we appreciate you. I appreciate you for everything that you brought here today, everything that you will continue to bring. And that is it with Jalen. But if anyone has any follow-up questions, feel free to hit Jalen up directly via his Instagram.
Yes, thank you all. I really appreciate putting this together, and thank you. I believe Monique and Crystal and was it Eli, the interpreters. I really appreciate you, and also thank you to everybody behind the scenes who's watching. Dev, Aisha, y'all are amazing. Cannot wait to do this again. I hope y'all have a great day.
Sweet. Well, we hope you all enjoyed that last Q&A and workshop. Up next, we have a workshop from Guerdley Cajus called Body Poems. Guerdley is a dance movement artist whose work is inspired by the medicinal magic of movement. Her credits include the Grammys Recording Academy, MTV Music Awards, Vice Media, New Balance, BET, and much more. When she is not doing performing arts, she enjoys fusing her love for dance and movement into her wellness practices, where she also works as a social and emotional arts educator, birth doula, and certified median therapy practitioner. Her workshop, Body Poems, is a self-love session where we write love letters to our evolving selves while using dance, yoga, and embodiment practices to motivate their manifestations. Bring a journal, your favorite playlist, and space to move with intention. Welcome, Guerdley.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the warm intro. I appreciate that. And no worries, you are very close. Hey, guys, my name is Guerdley Cajus, and I'm not going to say too much because I just got the most beautiful edification, and I hope that that says what needs to be said. What I'm really here to do is hold space for you and for you to talk, and most importantly, for you to hear your body talk. I'm a really big believer in movement and the power of movement and the medicine of movement, and how it has personally just really helped me find my voice as an artist, as a woman, as a Black woman. And there's been so much of myself that I've been able to tap deeper into, or just actually see physically, in physical form, that has helped me create the offerings that I currently have. So let's go ahead and just get into it. I'm a firm believer in believing that the body doesn't lie, and sometimes you just have to see things in action to really understand where we're going with them. But the beauty of this is that this is not something that you already aren't aware of. Our bodies already have a very intuitive emotional intelligence. And we're constantly creating understanding of what's happening around us through sensate intelligence. Just through allowing pleasure to move through our bodies, we're already understanding, what do you like? What makes you uncomfortable? What kind of energies are you responsive to? What drains your energy? These are always things that your body is constantly coming into an understanding of. And maybe they don't necessarily, for me anyways, I haven't always had the space to intellectualize these conversations that my body has been having constantly. It's always having them, and I haven't always created the space to allow my mind to actually intellectualize them, make sense out of them, and then turn them into actual steps that I can ritualize and help shape my life and the forward movement of my life. And I hope to hold space in a way that allows us to do that. So let's go ahead and get into it. We're going to need a journal. We're going to need space to move. If you'd like to play music throughout this flow, you're more than welcome to kind of cue that up and have that going on in the background. I naturally would, but I also don't want to compromise with sound, so I'm not going to, but you're more than welcome to. Something to write with, and space to express yourself. That's really it. So I'm going to go ahead and prompt. I'm going to start off with just some breathing work, some breath work. We're just going to take a moment to just sit within ourselves. And I'm also going to kind of set us up for our prompts that we're going to be exploring through writing and through movement today. So let's go ahead and get comfortable. I'm going to back up a little bit. And from here, I just ask that, get a comfortable seat. Just get comfortable. We're just going to sit here and do a little bit of breath work, get grounded in our bodies. If it's available to you, I invite you to close your eyes. If it's not, you can always keep them open as well too. We're going to go ahead and take a seat on our sit bones, get nice and aligned. Your sit bones are the pointiest part of your seats. Take a seat there. Allow your pelvic bowl to just get really rooted into the ground so that your spine can sit nice and tall and high. We're going to go ahead and draw in some breath, inhaling through our nose, allowing that breath to fill in our body with air. Exhale. Slowly let that air come out of your body. Inhaling again, we're going to go ahead and draw the breath in for a count of 4. And as we're inhaling, I'd like you to imagine. Exhale, let it out. Inhale, drawing in for a count of 4. I'd like you to imagine that your entire body is being filled with light. Exhale as you slowly let that breath out. That light does not go away. It slowly starts to dim, and that's because that light is now holding space around you. Now that light is taking form and illuminating the spaces around you and the interactions around you. Inhaling again for a count of 4, drawing breath into the body. Exhale, slowly release the light. Inhaling again, drawing in through the breath into your nose. Exhale, allow the breath slowly to leave out your mouth. Maybe even hear the sound of your own voice through the breath, quietly. Inhaling again, drawing in the breath, allowing the body to expand with light and illumination. Exhale, just slowly go ahead and let it go. Keeping the rhythm of this expansion, again, inhaling the breath. Exhale, slowly letting it go. Keeping in this nice drawn out quality, I want you to just allow your body to expand with breath and slowly and gently allow it to contract as we allow the breath to draw out of our body. Maintaining this flow, keeping this rhythm going on in our bodies, we're going to go on a small little journey. We're going to visualize an experience that's going to kind of guide our movement, our conversation, and our internal focus today. Again, inhaling deeply, exhaling deeply. I want you to imagine that you are walking in a forest. A gorgeous forest, the forest of your childhood dreams, right? Magic, waterfalls, friendly animals, glitter in the air. It's just gorgeous. You're walking. Everything about this forest is enchanted. Everything about this forest is inviting. Everything around you is lush with life and creation. And it's flowing abundantly. And you're just walking through the space amazed. Amazed. As you're walking, you notice plants, you notice animals, you notice scenery, you notice greenery, but there's something that draws your attention in particular, and it's right in front of you. And what you see is a tree. Not any tree, but a tree that is abundant and glorious. And as you approach this tree, it becomes clear to you that what you're actually approaching is the tree of your life. As you are approaching this tree of your life, I want you to think about, what do the roots of this tree look like? What does the trunk of this tree look like? And what kind of fruits does this tree bear? Inhaling, allowing the breath to expand your body. Exhale, slowly letting it go. Inhaling again, drawing the breath to fill up your body. And exhale, slowly release, let it go. Inhaling one more time, we're going to inhale, allow the breath to fill up the body. Exhale, I invite you to close your eyes as that breath dries out. And from here, I want you to continuously keep thinking about that image, the tree of your life. What does that look like? What does a manifestation of your life, of your essence, of your energy, of your ancestry, of your inheritance, of the relationship that you have with the earth, if it lived in the form of a tree, how would it look like? How supple would the branches be? How sturdy would the bark be? What kind of animals would be attracted to it? Think about that a little bit. And we're going to get an opportunity to really hash that out. But as we do that, let's go ahead and make our way over to the mat. We're going to go ahead and just get grounded in our bodies for a little bit. So from here, I'm going to go ahead and start off in a grounded position. I'm going to go ahead and start off in a grounded position. So right now, I'm taking a seat on my feet. Let me just make sure you guys can see me. I'm going to tilt a little bit. Awesome. So from here, I'm taking a seat on my feet. Inhaling again, allowing the body to fill with breath. Exhale, slowly letting it go. I'm going to make my way over to tabletop position. From here, my hands are rooted under my shoulders and my feet are flat on the mat and my knees are under my hips. From here, I'm just going to go and inhale as I arch my back and exhale here too. Inhale again, I'm going to go ahead and draw my head down to round my back. Exhale, I'm going to go ahead and let it arch. Right now, what we're doing is we're getting the body grounded. Continue to flow through this motion, through these two positions, allowing your breath to move through your body and allowing the body to get grounded into itself. From here, I'm going to go ahead and draw my tailbone back, take a seat, really just allowing my arms to really stretch, opening up through my shoulder blades. From here, I'm going to go ahead and stack in front of me and allow my hips to just kind of melt in front of me as well, too, as my heart beams forward. Chin up. From here, back into my tabletop position, I'm going to go ahead and sit right back down into my child's pose, and maybe this time I'll allow my body to roll around myself, drawing circles with my hips around myself, really allowing all of the energy that kind of gets held in our hips, that creative energy, to start working its way and start finding clarity through my body, moving through the pathways, and allowing creativity to not just work in my mind as I'm thinking about this tree of my life, but also allowing that creative energy to move through my body. So when we take the time to write at the end of this movement practice, we're not just writing about what our mind wants, but it's also in agreement with our body, because as we've spoken about before, the body has a lot to say. From here, I'm going to go ahead right back into my cat and cow position, inhaling as I round my back, exhaling as I come into my cat. 2 more times, just like that. Inhaling to round, drawing in deeply. Exhaling into my arch. From here, I'm going to make sure that my hands are deeply rooted into the ground. And then from here, I'm going to tuck my toes and I'm going to allow my heels to drop back toward the ground energetically. It doesn't have to meet there, but my heels are going to come back so that my tailbone is the highest part into my downward dog. From here, I'm going to go ahead and pedal my feet and just really allow my hamstrings to stretch. And my head hangs heavy as my neck hangs soft. Stretching through this motion right here, slowly rolling over my toes. I'm going to come right back down into my cat-cow, take a seat into my child's pose, and allow my forehead to draw into the mat. From here, I ask that maybe you might take the next few breaths to explore any movement that maybe we've gone through, or maybe any movement that you'd personally like to explore. At this time, All I ask is that whatever you do explore, allow it to be paced by your breath. Allowing each breath, each inhale to have its own movement, and each exhale to have its own movement. And holding space for everything to move into alignment while considering the importance of being grounded and having a connection to the earth, having a connection to the ground. And when we feel comfortable in our foundation, when we feel comfortable with the ground, when we feel deeply connected to the ground, we'll be in a much better position to rise. Take 2 more breaths, getting grounded, finding the comfort, finding the joy, finding the fluidity, finding the alignment in this grounded practice. And when you're ready, let's go ahead and meet into our downward dog. Get there in a way that works best for you. You decide your path, you know your body, and you know your breath. When we come right back down into our downward dog, we're going to slowly start engaging our feet into this practice as we take slow steps to the front of the mat. From here, I'm just going to allow my head to hang. And then from here, I'm going to go ahead and slowly draw up and stand tall. Tilting As I'm standing up from here, I'm going to go ahead and just allow my arms to just inhale all the way up. And exhale, I'm going to bring them to my heart space from here. We're going to stand here for a little bit, really just allowing our feet to get grounded into the mat. As my hands are in heart center, I'm going to just take a moment to find an acupressure point on my body called C17. This is the energetic heart space of the body. This is where they say, theoretically speaking, in the terms of energy anatomy, that this is where all of the love that we have to release, that's been given to us, this is where it's stored, right here in the midline of our body. It's kind of between my rib cages. You might find it, you might feel it. It's kind of an intuitive thing to find. It's kind of a spot on your body. You'll know when you find it. If you think you're there, then you're there. If you think that you're not, keep searching for it. It would be between the center of your nipple line and right between your rib cages. And when you think you found it, I just want you to massage in that area as you continue to inhale deeply and exhale. Massaging this space. And it might be a little uncomfortable. And if so, that's okay. Sometimes the discomfort is necessary. But as you're massaging this space, I want you to think about what would happen if all of the love that is inside of your body, if you created the space for it to just be fully released into all of your limbs and to move through your body in a way that could kind of shape space around you. What kind of shape would that create? What kind of space could you curate by allowing the energy that lives in your heart space to really just paint the walls of your home and shape the spaces around you? We're going to inhale deeply into this idea one more time. Inhaling deeply into this heart space. Exhale, letting it go. From here, we're going to continue to breathe, but we're going to invite our arms into the process. Inhaling, our arms open. Nice and wide. Exhaling, allowing those arms to swim into a cross and bringing both of our hands to the top of our shoulders. And from here, we're just going to go for a gentle twist as we're hugging our shoulders. Continuing that natural expansion and contraction of our deeply marinated breath. Inhaling our arms nice and wide open. Again, we're going to go ahead and switch the cross of those arms, allowing what was ever on top to now be on bottom, and vice versa. Using the palms of our hands to cup our shoulders. Continue that twist again, allowing your body to remain deeply rooted into the ground as you sway in the comfort of knowing that you are being wrapped in the essence of your own love, in the purity of your love. Also knowing that that heart space, the energy that is in that heart space has the ability to really travel through our arms, out through our fingertips, and to really bless and to touch anything that we come in contact with, anything that we create. It's all happening through our fingertips. Knowing the power of how love can travel through the body and out through our intentions and all that we create, I'd like you to open up your arms and just imagine that they're paintbrushes that could actually paint through your space. And how would you move those arms if literally you had the ability to shape space with the pure intentions of your heart? Move in a way that feels good to you. Allow pleasure to really pace your movement, as well as breath. Assigning an inhale toward every movement and an exhale to another. Continuing this motion again, I'd like you to imagine that this love that's pouring through your hands is actually the branches of your tree. And knowing that from branches that are filled with nutrients and sustenance, fruits can grow. Maybe you can actually start seeing the fruits of your tree here too. And if you already saw the fruits of your tree, maybe you're seeing more of that. At the next inhale, we're going to go ahead and draw our hands right back up nice and tall, allowing our palms to meet right back down into heart center. From here, we're going to go ahead and make our way over to our journals and revisit that prompt that we were speaking about before. If you were to come across the tree of your life, what would it look like? What would the fruits look like? What do the roots look like? I'm going to go ahead and put this prompt into our chat, and you can pull out your journal and maybe just take some space to talk about what that looks like. You guys are so sweet. Thank you for these comments, guys. So let's give ourselves 3:53 right now. Let's challenge ourselves. Let's give ourselves 3 minutes, maybe 4. But what does that look like? You've come across the tree of your life. What do the roots look like, and what do the fruits look like? I'll add a 3-minute timer, I guess, and then maybe at the end of that, we can kind of share what that looks like. Thank you, Dominique. So I know it was a quick run. But if anybody would like to throw in the chat some of the things that they saw when they approached the tree of their life, what did that look like? I would love to hear from you. You can throw it in the chat, or you can hold on to it for yourself too. Not everything that the body tells you is meant for other people to hear as well too. Sometimes those are just for you. And if it's one of those things, that's cool too. But I'm happy to share mine. When I came across the tree of my life, I saw the roots, and the roots were thick. They were brown, they were curvy, they were deeply rooted, and they ran really, really, really deep. So deep that it allowed the trunk of the tree to be full and robust and solid. It grew tall. The branches, although they also were incredibly durable, there was still some flexibility there. They liked to dance and they would move in the wind. And they had so much fruit. There was so much color. Juicy fruit, fruit that fed other people, fruit that fed other animals. And the branches had so much leaves that it allowed shade for whoever needed rest. Whoever needed rest could come by this tree and find solitude there if they needed just peace and relaxation. And when I think about the tree of my life, that's something that kind of inspires me. Oh, I love this. The roots are intertwined. Oh, Alexa writes, the roots are intertwined with other trees surrounding me. That is beautiful. I love that. Devin writes, my roots are not super long, but they're sturdy and they're growing. The fruits are plentiful. They represent friendships, some that are blossoming and others that are being watered. I like what I see. I like what I hear. That is so beautiful. Dominique writes, I feel lighter in my heart, very much so. And also because the roots remind me that I'm not alone. Together we sink deeper. We think of all that has fallen into place for us to be rooted. Yes, y'all. I love this. This is absolutely beautiful. Thank you guys so much for sharing what you saw, what you experienced. And what I love about all of this is that all of our trees are still growing. So I hope, if anything, that through this practice, it can just be a reminder for ourselves to constantly check in with our bodies, listen to our bodies, and also hold space for us to embody what we see, what we imagine, because there's so much power in imagination. So I believe that is my time. But again, I just wanted to say thank you guys. And maybe we can close just with a final breath, allowing the body to just get settled into itself, thinking about all of the beauty and the magic that we just visualize for ourselves, and allowing that energy to just work its way through the body. We're going to go ahead and draw in one more inhale deeply through the nose, allowing the body to fill in with the light of possibility, allowing that to expand through our entire being, and slowly exhale, allowing that light to work its way out of our bodies and around us, touching all that we love and all that we create. Thank you guys. My name is Guerdley, and it has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Guerdley. That was a beautiful practice and ritual. We really appreciate that offering. Now I'll turn it over to Shay to introduce our final panel of the day. Shay, it's on you, boo.
All right, y'all. Next up, we are hearing from our 2021 Abundance Project Mini grantees, learning about their experiences and seeing what they're up to now and what's next for them. Damn, I'm speaking all slow because I'm all relaxed from that session. I took that deep breath. Anyway, this panel is moderated by Tanya R. Miller Hall and features Ajoa Abrakwa. Please correct me if I'm wrong when you come on. Rachel Parker, Yolanda Woods, and Carissa Yao.
To send me to Toad. I really need to race Toad this year. I specialize in crits, but I'm a versatile rider. I've been working on leading into road racing for a minute now, but I've been deterred for some time due to lack of inclusivity or lack of funding, logistics, whatever. I need to get out there. I've had so much time to really dial in my skill set, and this race is the perfect opportunity to put those to the test, race my heart out.
I am a competitor. I run middle distance. I'm a sprinter. I'm a hurdler. And I have that fire that burns inside of you. I want to compete. I love cycling. I'm willing to do the work that it takes to engage at a higher level. And I just overall enjoy every opportunity that has come my way thus far.
I'm really excited to kind of use this grant as a way to get myself into racing culture, but also kind of just like speak my story and share with other people who might not come from like traditionally outdoorsy family who are familiar with like biking.
Any goals in mind or anything like that?
Actually, I have a couple of trophies, you know.
That did not answer my question.
He said goals!
That means things you want to do in the future.
Yeah.
Well, what I want to do in the future is do more racing with other people.
Hello, and good afternoon. My name is Tanya Miller Hall, and I am here to serve as your... Sorry, Crystal, I started way too early. Hello, my name is Tanya Miller Hall, and I'm here to serve as the moderator for today's discussion and panel with a few of last year's recipients of the Abundance Mini Grant. And before I get started, I just want to thank Aisha McGovern for inviting me and for being an all-around badass for putting this whole summit together. So I just want to put that shout out to her right now. And just for the audience, here's a quick background on what happened. The Brown Fox team put out a call, and here's what happened. The Abundance Mini Grant received over 160 applicants, and with the intent to send 5 to 7 riders to the tour of America's Dairyland. In the end, they ended up sending 8, with 1 junior who I can't wait to talk to, that covered the food costs, housing, entry fees, and transportation. So that sort of lays the groundwork of what happened last year. So let's get started. Hello, cyclists. Hello. I'm just gonna jump right in. We don't have a lot of time, and thanks to the audience I'm sure it's been a long day for them, and so I really want to get right in. So Rachel, urban farmer, in your submission video, you talked a lot about your passion for cycling and closing the gap around food insecurities, and so I just wanted you to give the audience a quick clip about yourself and your work, and also tell us about your first day of racing at the Tour of America's Dairyland.
Yeah, I've just always lived in historically Black neighborhoods, and I've realized there's a huge food insecurity there. Yeah, it's a great environment to have an athlete thrive in, and So I've since moved. Toad was really amazing. My first day racing there. Sorry, what was that question again? Can't hear you.
I put myself on mute because there's a bit of feedback. And so for those who aren't actually talking, can you put yourself on mute so that we don't have feedback? So the question was, tell us about your first day on the tour, because I know that you sort of were gearing up last year to start riding and racing. And so tell us about your first day of racing.
Yeah, I was really nervous my first day of racing. I've never been in a pack that large. I've never raced like in another region of the country. I only had a couple races under my belt at that point. I was super nervous. I felt very held by my fellow teammates, and we all kind of were in it together, like definitely feeling a lot of anxiety and some nerves coming up, but we were also just so excited to meet each other finally. It was successful. We all just got into our race routines right away. We figured out how we were gonna deal with our nutrition throughout the series. Yeah, that was a hard day. I remember specifically that first day, I made some kind of foolish moves in the race, expended some energy that I didn't need to do, wasn't really riding as conservatively as I should have on day one, but I learned a lot, and we all came back and had like a huge group hug, and it was beautiful, and I learned a lot. It was great.
Yeah, you got to get the butterflies out. It's all that nervous energy at the line. So I'm going to toss it to Yolana. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Our veteran, I feel like she's the veteran cyclist of the group. She's been racing or riding a bike since the age of 6, or maybe it was 3. I can't remember, so you can correct me. But, you know, in your young racing life and riding life, you're the veteran of the group, maybe with 10 years under your belt. So I just want to say I'm super excited to meet you. And I know you have a lot of disciplines and a lot of things that you're really excited about in racing and riding. So can you tell us or tell the audience about all the things that you do on the bike? Yolanda, we can't hear you.
Well, I do a lot of races. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, am I muted? Wait, what's the question? I'm sorry. Oh, my experience is racing. Oh, well.
The question is, tell us all about your racing or your riding disciplines, because I know you like BMX, you like road. So can you just tell the audience a little bit about you and your portfolio of riding?
Oh, well, I race track and BMX and road cycling and what else? BMX and yeah. Okay. I'm just a little nervous right now. It's really the first time I've ever done this.
All are. Everyone gets nervous. Do you want me to come back to you? I'll start with someone else. Okay. I'm going to toss it. I'm going to toss it to Ajua. Hello, Ajua. How are you? Did I say that correctly?
Yes, you did. Good afternoon, everyone.
East Coast girl from Philadelphia. I really enjoyed your submission video. You talked a lot about your passion for cycling, as everyone. Certainly during the pandemic, everyone sort of picked up the bike, but you really took it to task. You talked a lot about representation, being a Muslim woman. So I just, for the audience's sake, please tell us a little bit about yourself, a bit of cliff notes, and why you decided to apply for the Abundance Project grant.
Okay, so again, good afternoon. My name is Ajua Abrokwa, and as Tanya said, I am from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. So in Philadelphia, we have a huge running community, and I have grown to learn that there's a huge cycling community. However, I've lived there my entire life, and I never really saw anyone that looked like me cycling ever. So I never thought that cycling was an activity or a sport that really was for me. And not until I was an adult, and this had to be maybe now 5 years ago, that I learned that there was a Muslim woman who was a triathlete. And once I remember like hearing about her, and I'm like, let me see what she looks like. I need to see what that looks like, because I could not fathom like, oh, she's Muslim and she covers and she engages in these activities. So once I saw a picture of Khadijah, I got super excited. And I've always been athletic. Like I've played sports, and primarily I ran. But when I was introduced to the bike, I didn't think that, it was something that I could engage in at the level of it being a sport. Riding bikes, we rode bikes as kids growing up, but at the competitive level, or just viewing cycling as I now know it to be, wasn't something that I couldn't fathom it. So I started looking up Khadijah, and I was like, this is cool. Maybe one day I'll get a bike. So during the pandemic, I was trying to figure out something to do outside of running, because I didn't want to run with a mask. And a friend of mine was like, let's buy a bike. And I'm like, I've been wanting to get one, so let's go buy one. And I searched high and low for a bike, and they were all sold out everywhere. So I had to go like to another state, but I finally found a bike and bought it, rode it, and I've been loving it ever since. And for me, this has been a journey of really self-exploration, because like I'm outside more, and I felt like I was disconnected to the outdoors, for some time. But now getting on that bike and like just exploring different places, meeting new people, like it's just really been an enlightening experience. And seeing me on a bike, I know for a fact that I've encouraged like other Muslim women to in my community, because now I've learned, through the journey, that there are so many Muslim women like in other places and other communities that ride bikes. And I didn't know that before, but in the community where I live, a lot of women now, Muslim women, have said that they've been encouraged to get on a bike and try the activity. And for me, that's amazing, because I know what it feels like to see something and be curious, but feel like, if I don't see anyone who looks like me doing it, then, maybe we don't do that. And now, I can be representation that we do that. We can do that. And come on, like, come ride with me, and I've just really embraced, the fact that I've been able to show up in places and spaces to be like that representation. And no, I'm not the only one. And like I said, I've been able to connect with other Muslim women now. And that's even been like rewarding for me and encouraging for me, because like I've seen them perform at different levels. And I'm like, look at us, like we're really out there. And with so many stigmas, around what Muslim women can and cannot do, I'm just happy that we are showing up and, being happy and being recognized. And that's been, amazing and rewarding for me.
I put myself on mute. That's fantastic. Thank you. And now to Carissa. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. Carissa, pleased to meet you. I know that you've been riding out in Berkeley. Is that correct? Did I get that correctly in terms of your bio? And I know that in your submission, you talked a lot about representation as well. I think that's a underarching theme with all of us, and seeing people like yourself on the bike and not necessarily knowing, a bit similar to Ajua, not necessarily knowing that people like yourself growing up in the way that you did rode bikes competitively. And so you wanted to have some representation as well. So tell us about your experience, your first day at the Tour Dairyland, and what you've been up to since then.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Hi, Tanya. Yeah, so Toad was kind of literally my first ever bike race. I think like pretty much up receiving the grant, I didn't really know what a crit race was. I thought I signed up for a road race, and then I read the website of the Toad. They said it's 10 days of crit racing, which was really intimidating. I heard that crit was very fast, very competitive, people getting very close together doing laps. So in some way, the mini grant like really helped like push me out of the comfort zone of just riding with friends, doing easy, joy rides to just toe the line and then compete bikes. My first day, that being said, my first day was kind of like ignorance is a bliss. I like had no idea what to expect. I was very nervous. It was my first time traveling with a bike too, and then figured out all the logistics, nutrition. I think I remember Rachel was like trying to give me a hug because I was shaking at the start line. Just did not know what to act or expect. But it was a really cool experience. I think like I was just learning on the go. A lot of people, now they ask me like, "Oh, Carissa, how did you start racing?" And I was like, "Actually, I started racing in Wisconsin at this stage race." And everybody's like, "Wow, that's crazy for a first ever race." And I was like, "Yeah." It was a very interesting experience, but it was a lot of learning about racing bikes, learning about tactics, learning about being on a composite team. Yeah, what I've been up to. So I came back to California where I live. I've been doing more local races. Slowly, learning more about racing, being on a team, trying out different kind of racing, doing a little bit of dirt biking and racing as well. Um, yeah, at the same time trying to build my career outside of biking. The last summer at Toad was sort of like a whirlwind of like life events for myself personally as well. So it's been a year. I've been trying to bike and also balance out my personal life to sustain biking and racing.
Understood. Well, thank you for that. So since I'll do a follow-up question for you. So what do you prefer? Are you enjoying road racing, crit style racing, dirt bike, or you still haven't found your niche?
Yeah, I think I'm still exploring. I definitely is not that good on dirt. I've been falling a couple of times lately, just on the trails, so I'm definitely more comfortable on the road. But there's a first time for everything, right? So I still really enjoyed road racing, doing crits and longer, road race, and just trying to get better at it. Because I think one thing cool about crits, especially, is like it's not just a testament to your fitness, but it's also like a puzzle, a board game that you need to figure out, the strategy, the role, the position, which I think is like honestly like more fascinating to me than just pure, competition of like your strength and your speed.
So let's pick up on that, on strategy and the sort of fundamentals and tactics of racing. And who wants to sort of take a shot at what they've discovered since last year until now in terms of racing, race tactics and discovery? Rachel, you want to take it?
Yeah, sure. I touched on it a little bit before, and I realized at the beginning of Toad, I was not riding conservatively and burning a lot of matches, like unnecessarily, and I've learned a lot since then. Carissa mentioned how positioning is so critical in crits, and racing experience is the only way that you're going to learn that kind of tactic. So that's why I've been racing so often, just so I can like learn more about how to position myself, where to be, where not to be. There's so many other tactics that come into play when you actually have a team like we did. We got to like start learning how to ride and race together really quickly, actually. Like Gabby and Bijou and I, who aren't here, got to do some lead outs in some of the races.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, like a kind of like express lane to like getting to the finish line faster. Yeah, it's a chess game really with like a lot of strength and power at play, but I think the intellectual, like cerebral, philosophical side of racing is also really interesting to me. So I've been learning a ton.
Understood. So Elena, do you want to come back? Give us, what do you love about racing or riding a bike? Can you hear us?
Well, I like going fast, and sorry about that from last time. I got a little bit nervous. But yes, I can. But yes, I really like going fast and winning. I'm very competitive. But yeah, I really like racing, and it's really fun. I really like doing it. And yeah.
So how many races do you have scheduled for the summer, spring, summer? If any?
You're racing next week? Well, yes, I'm actually racing next week. Very excited about that. But yeah.
So was the
And I do want to go back to Toad, so I'm training for that.
So that's what I was going to ask you about. So was Toad everything you anticipated it to be? Was it everything that you wanted and more, or you needed more of it? We can't hear you.
Well, I mean, and I've never really done a race that big, and it was a really good experience doing this race. And yeah, a lot of fun too.
So how did you get into racing?
Well, actually, I was just born into it. I mean, my dad got me a strider bike, and so I was going after that. I mean, then I started going into BMX when my brothers did it, and then I kept going and going and going. And so it went on and on.
Do you want to talk to us, talk to the audience about your training? How did you train before? So last year, and what new training techniques have you picked up over the year?
I had a challenging time hearing you, but I think that your question was centered around training, right?
Yes. How did
Okay.
you train for the race last year?
Right. And then what am I doing now for training? Okay. So
correct.
I didn't know what to expect regarding, like, I had not raced before, and I didn't really consider like crit racing prior to applying for the grant. So once I was awarded the grant, like that's when I started going to like anxious panic mode and like reaching out to people that I knew were racers. Like, what should I do? What should I do? How do I do this? So they were just like, you need to try to find like local races or a local race, because it wasn't like a large window, but like find a race so that you can kind of knock off some of the nerves prior to going to that huge race. That was the first thing. And the second thing was, since I was still a new cyclist, I just needed to ride my bike, like be comfortable riding the bike and become comfortable riding in like close quarters with people. So I was told like, to do longer like rides and ride next to folks, do group rides, just basic training. And I'm going to call it like basic training because I was so like unfamiliar with what, a crit race or a crit race experience like that would entail. Now, it helped a bit. I was still super nervous when I got there. And the one thing I will say is the group that I was with, super amazing. Like I feel a connection to them and I love them to the end of time because they made me feel comfortable. Although I was inexperienced, I wasn't made to feel like, oh, you're inexperienced and you don't know what you're doing. It was just like, ride your race, do your, like, ride your ride, do your thing. And it was also super fun because when I was like in the field, I would hear them cheering for me while, we were in the field, they were doing their thing and I was just trying to hang on. But that was that experience and I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. However, it taught me a lot about, my abilities as a cyclist and, what I need to work on. So once I left Toad, I'm like, okay, I know I need to ride more. I need to ride longer. And that was pretty much what I focused on after that. And this year, I'm not doing as many crits. I'm doing more gravel. However, and that's because I want to just explore another discipline. I'm new, so I won't know what I really like until I kind of, try a few different things. However, riding more and then trying to be smarter with how to exert my energy and conserve energy when appropriate as well. So the training is really about building my mental strength, and then also just developing my physical strength so I can kind of hang in the crit circuit once I return, if I choose to, at a later date. But I enjoy watching and cheering for my friends as they go and kick all the butt in the crit races, and they know I'll travel far and wide to see them and cheer for them. They excite me. Yes.
Awesome. So who in this group expects to go back to Toad or would like to go back to Toad this year?
I would love to go back to Toad. I was so excited when I saw Aisha was extending her grant another year, and like that there's going to be a new generation of folks, and then the OG squad was going to get some support actually 4 races. I remember when I found out that I got the grant last year, and I just cried, and I was like so full of joy. And when I saw that she was extending it, I had like the same just wave of emotions of like, oh my God, it's gonna be amazing. It does conflict with a couple of other races that I really want to target. So I'm not sure yet if it fits in. There's Harlem Skyscraper Classic and also Pro Road Nationals happening at the same time. There's no women's field for amateur road nationals, so kind of targeting that. But thankfully and graciously, Aisha is extending that support for some other races, which are going to be really exciting. More stage races, more opportunity for experience. So yes.
So are you a member of a team now? Are you like catting up? Are you moving up in the categories too?
Yeah, I joined a team that gets some pretty good support. I'm really, really lucky to have them. I actually got Gabby on the team too, because she's here in the same area, so we get to race with each other. I have a road team and I also have a gravel team, so that's interesting that I can like explore these 2 disciplines and like just kind of like try and be as well-rounded of a rider as I can. And teams really help. Like I'm not consistently motivated to do the work all the time, and like also helps. Yeah.
The teamwork helps, yeah. And Carissa, are you a member of a team now? Are you going to be racing a lot this season?
Yeah, so I actually joined Rachel's old team in the Bay. And this season has been pretty interesting for me because last year I just raced on my own, so I did whatever felt right to me, like a lot of experimenting with different kind of pace strategy in a race. And this year I try to be more mindful of just honing in team tactics and working with other people. So in a race, it's not all about sort of like going first yourself, but also like be mindful of like where your teammates are at. Communication is so big. And also just like helping each other out because and also I just noticed that this year in the local California race, at least, like everybody's on a team, so it's kind of impossible to race on your own, like do your own strategy. You kind of have to work within a team. Oh yeah, the other question. I'm kind of like just playing it by ear. I don't have a fully fledged like race schedule like some other folks do. I'm trying to, get different pieces of life balanced out together, and I think cycling is fun, but is also not like my main gig, to be honest. So I need to also pay attention to other things that I'm working on. So yeah, like I will race as much as I can if I have the resources and the schedule that allows it. But like I also need to not get too caught up with this because that's totally what I did last year, and I sort of ignored a lot of parts of my life.
Oh yeah, the balance of cycling and racing and fitness and staying competitive definitely it requires a lot. It definitely requires a lot of commitment. So I understand that. So I want to talk about barriers. I know that the main goal of this program that Aisha sparked is really to loosen up some of the barriers, sort of open the field for folks, Black and brown girls everywhere. And so just talk about, I should share, I met Aisha long ago when we raced together in Prospect Park. And so we were the only, for a while it was just me, and then Aisha showed up, and of course she eclipsed me. I never became as fantastic as she did, but it did help to see us both on the line. And so let's talk about barriers and what barriers what barriers are still in the space or that you foresee, or things that are really challenging. If we can just talk about that a little bit, because I know it's not all pie in the sky. So whoever wants to take a shot at whatever barriers they can overcome or they foresee, or any challenges in the space.
Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious, pretty clear for anyone that watches our races that it's a very male dominated sport and very white. The barriers that come with that are kind of like nuanced in a way. There's always the financial barrier of like paying to race, getting a bike, getting to the race. But there's also just a level of respect, I think, that for certain riders is not automatically guaranteed to them. I think having the racing experience really helps. And Aisha just like tore that barrier down single-handedly by getting us to the race and like having us work as a unit, as a composite team. We still have ways to go. I think it's kind of insulting sometimes how like promoters will have the women do shorter races or like the payout's not equal, but we're making a lot of progress right now, at least in my district. I see in like European racing a little bit as well. They're finally starting to like up the pay gap, and also like the media representation is finally given to women a little bit more, although it's still not equal. Yeah, that's just kind of my 2 cents. We've definitely been making some progress, but there are still barriers in place, and I hope that anyone that wants to race will like reach out to us and see what we could do to get them out there.
Understood. Yolanda, so are you encouraging your young friends to join you on the line? How many peers, young girls in your group have you converted into cycling or encouraged them to join you in cycling?
Well, there are not many riders that are like my age, and I'm not really on a team, but I'm still riding and everything, but it's just I can't really find a good team yet. I really want to find a good one, you know what I mean? And yeah.
Understood. So I know that we want to make some time for some questions, some Q&A. I'm going to toss out the word joy, has been thrown up. I feel like the word joy has really made its way into popular culture. The artist Derek Adams refers to his paintings as delivering Black joy. Cory Booker did a whole passionate speech about joy. And so in Aisha's, some of the collateral mentions joy. And so I just want to talk about joy. The joy of cycling. Why does it bring you joy? And sort of leave on that end and go to the Q&A. So I'll toss it to whoever wants to start. Everyone take a bite at answering the question about the joy of cycling.
So I use the word joy when I describe how I feel about cycling Big C. So the experience of riding the bike, the experience of engaging with, you know, my peers and my friends and family, the experience of meeting new people along the road. I like to say the road of cycling and the road of this journey that I'm on as I have infused this activity into my life. And it brings me joy to see people, you know, engaging in an activity in spaces where they choose to. And I love it. And I really have figured out ways to kind of culminate like everything that I do. And cycling is in there, and I feel like it's there to stay. And I also work really hard now to extend this experience to others, to help them connect and for it to bring them joy as well. So for me, it's just about the people, the places, the activity, the spaces, and the feeling, right? And then, you know, when something makes you feel good, you know, decent people, as we all are, want others to feel good. So just, you know, being an example and showing up in places for people to see you engaged. And then also just working, as we all do, in our own ways to connect others with the activity and the sport so that they too can possibly feel the level of joy that we feel.
Right on. Carissa, you want to take a shot at it?
Yeah, sure. I second everything Ajua just mentioned. Maybe taking like a slightly different angle. Feel like in cycling, the joy for me also kind of lies in I don't know, like the connections and also like just the vulnerability we get to display. I think for me, like cycling is a very emotional activity because we experience highs and lows and competition, and you know, we see beautiful things all the time on our rides, and it's like we don't talk about it. I feel like it's a very emotional time to be riding with other people or competing. Like I go through so many thoughts and you know thinking when I ride or when I go racing, and I feel like it's cool to um it's cool and also joyful to share that feelings with other people. Like I feel like some of the kind of the closest connections I've made through cycling are not necessarily like the you know the races. I mean, through like races, I guess also through just things that happen in cycling. Like you know, just tag on earlier what Rachel mentioned. Like cycling is still like rooted in sexism and racism. So the fact that we're all you know individuals trying to thrive in this you know not so healthy environment is pretty crazy, and we're just bonding and connecting you know elevating each other in this little world. And I think it's just amazing to feel that connection, and also to feel like we're by racing itself, we're actually putting ourselves out there, you know, whether it's representation or, you know, having like maybe being a role model for other people or friends. But I feel like just the act of putting yourself out there, like cycling is kind of like an act of like activism, in some way. So I think that brings me joy to think about, even though I don't always think about it this way.
Right. Understood. Rachel, do you have
Yeah,
any
like a whole thesis on joy and cycling. I would love to do that one day, but it's just so liberating, like just getting to ride and the training, how you can get fitness and also travel to really beautiful places and like push yourself physically all simultaneously. I've come to really love racing too, and like just the communal kind of like push that we all give together, because we all want to see women's racing like be more successful, and we're all like love each other but want to like push each other at the same time. And yeah, there's just so much liberation in riding and racing that I just want to continue to explore. And I only really got a real taste of that when I started like getting to race with y'all as a unit. So it's really important to have us like have each other's backs at the same time. I don't think I would have had this much joy in it if I didn't have the support of Abundance and Aisha. So that's the really beautiful part.
Yes, that's pretty awesome. I would say when I started racing, I was racing in the men's field. So Aisha has definitely transformed the sport. I want to toss it to some of the Q&A questions. What have you learned about yourself through racing? Rachel, you want to start since you
Yeah. I've really learned like a lot about myself through racing. Basically, it's taught me to find my voice a lot, like actually be able to communicate more clearly. I think in a peloton, that's really important because our safety is like dependent on like trusting each other and our positions, and like, you're not going to take me out. I need to trust you to be able to do that, so I can like be really close to you and be where I have to be. So finding my voice, but also just like being assertive physically. I really didn't feel so comfortable taking up space before I got into this whole thing, and like really enjoyed making myself small, and like, I don't know, everything's changed actually. I love asserting myself, and like it's given me the confidence to really know that I belong somewhere and like be firmly rooted in my position. So it's pretty
That's
deep.
awesome.
Yeah,
I mean, that's completely awesome. And the confidence part, I can totally identify with. I mean, oftentimes I sort of measure my stress by it's only 2 miles, or I'm like muscle my way through a tough day at work just by being able to be a tough cyclist. And so you can rely on that same muscle to get you through tough days off the bike as well, or in any sort of interaction. Ajua, do you want to talk a little bit about what you've learned through racing?
So further from what Rachel made mention of, and what you just underscored, the confidence piece, the self-confidence piece, huge. And my experience at Toad and just kind of being, I felt like I was in my own race, but the race was me against myself. Like not quitting no matter where I was in the race, just to keep going and pushing yourself, because you never know what you can do if you don't put yourself out there. And that's really like for me, just knowing like I can do it. So racing, I can do it. If this is what I want to do, I can do it. If there's anything, that I want to do, I can do it. But really just engaging in that experience, it just taught me like, yes, you can do it. And if this is what you really want, keep going and tell yourself, keep going and just keep going. And that's my thing. Like, yes.
Keep going and keep going. Yeah.
Keep going and keep going and feel confident in the fact that you can keep going as long as you keep telling yourself, keep going.
One pedal stroke at a time. Yes. Yolanda, was it hard for you to switch from BMX to road cycling?
Well, it wasn't that bad. I mean, I love BMX. I'm super competitive. It's just when I did road, I was really competitive. I was really good at it, and I loved it. And I actually love both sports, and I'm really happy that I did 2 of them.
So where do you draw all your confidence from? Because you're just amazing, and I love that you're so competitive.
Well, where I get all my confidence from is BMX. BMX will really get your confidence up, and that's where I got it from. And it really helped me out, like riding close to people and everything, and like really really close. But yeah, it really built up my confidence doing that. Well,
Well, you're incredible because when I was your age, you wouldn't have gotten me to do any of these things. So kudos to you. Carissa, what was the most exciting, I guess one of the most exciting moments when I'm doing Toad, or any big takeaway that you have?
I think it's the most exciting moment at Toad. Since I was like brand new to racing, I think like anytime I try something new, had a little breakthrough in racing and um racing and honestly just like drafting the group felt really exciting to me. Like I felt like I can do this, and like I'm learning like slowly but surely. Um and then was the other question takeaway?
Yeah, any takeaway, anything you want to share with the audience, anyone who's maybe, I guess anyone that's listening that's thinking about applying for the Abundance Grant this year, what can you tell them about the race, or how should they prepare?
Oh. Yeah, I think folks who are interested in racing should first of all just apply. You couldn't be any less prepared than I was. I didn't find out what this race was until like a couple of days ago, and I never like ridden in the pack before. So yeah, like anyone I think who are interested should be applying. You definitely get to learn while doing it. I think some maybe some tips. Um, I haven't thought about it. I think like the tips are just to just be be relaxed. Like there's really no um like you're just out there racing because you felt confident enough to do the race. But like winning or losing or getting dropped or anything shouldn't be something that you're worried about. I think the point is to have a good experience and make really good connections, and also just learn about the racing like landscape. I guess like before Toad, I didn't know any teams. I didn't know any like um anything about racing really. So I felt like Toad was a great introduction of like what I've seen some pro races at Toad, and that like just really like blew my mind. So I think just like keep an open mind, go into it, like tell yourself that you're doing something incredible for yourself that you wouldn't be able to anyways. And if you're interested in applying, definitely just be authentic with your own story. I think everyone in cycling all came from a really unique experience, and there's a lot of content there to discover and about yourself and also your relationship with the sport. So just try to just be authentic, be yourself. I think in your application, which yeah, I think it just will help you show whatever characteristic you have that's unique to the sport and that's able to be contributed to the sport as well.
Yeah, that's a great point. Each of you guys had a great submission video, and your personalities really shine through. So I agree that that's a great point to make for anyone that's thinking about applying for the Abundance Grant. One of the audience members asked about fear. What was your biggest fear when going into the race, or biggest fear in general in racing?
I'll go for that one because I was really scared at the beginning of crashing. I knew they were going to be taking corners really fast, and we're going to have a lot of people in this pack, and we weren't sure about like other people's bike handling skills, or I mean, my own, I could say that. So I would make my goal sometimes like to not crash. And that was a really kind of negative perspective to have. Yeah, I think it's important to trust yourself and to give yourself positive goals. Yeah.
Yeah. True. When I first got my bike and a guy in the bike shop walked in and he was completely bloodied up. And the guy said to me, you know, crashing is part of the sport. I was like, oh boy. So crashing is part of the sport. So you were.
But it goes hand in hand with
your
what
fear.
you're saying. I think just like really remaining open and not panicking and just like being relaxed. Like as long as your body's relaxed and you're like holding your line and riding safely, you're going to like have control and you'll be in control. But if you're tense and you're afraid and you're like coming from a more fear-based perspective, like you're much more willing to have a collision. So I think
the anxiety involved. Yeah, the anxiety in your body, certainly. I agree. Anyone else have want to talk about biggest fears going into the race of going into Toad? Yelena, did you have any fears, or are you just an all-around competitor?
Well, I sometimes get really nervous at the starting line. Like, I just get nervous that I'm going to get dropped, like, really get dropped. I always get nervous about that, but when I go, I'm just fine. Like, I'm really surprised at the end. And that's, like, what I get out of it when I'm sometimes nervous.
Oh, the fear of getting dropped. I think we all have experienced that. Not just in racing, just in riding a bike. I think that's a legit fear. What advice would you give to someone afraid to apply for the mini grants? Is one of the questions that came up. What advice would you give to someone afraid to apply? Ajua?
Okay. So clearly, if you are looking at it, then there's something in you that's interested, right? So apply. My advice is you apply and see what happens, because at the end of the day, for me, I believe that things happen as they should. And if you get it, then your time your time is now. And if you don't, then you know that this interests you. So you continue to build towards whatever's next for you. But apply, because if you're looking at it, that means you're interested. And if you're interested, go for it. Because the reason you wouldn't apply is what you just spoke about, the fear, right? But what are you really afraid of? Afraid of actually getting it and then moving forward with something that you're interested in? Or you're fearful that you won't meet the mark? Well, you never know if you don't try. And I know for me, I was afraid the entire time, right? Every day I was scared, probably a little less scared each day, but nevertheless, I was afraid. And that's okay. It's normal, right? But you push yourself and you do it. And then, oh, I did that and I can do it. And then you decide if you're going to keep doing it. So feel the fear and do it anyway. That's it.
Yelena, do you have anything to talk to potential applicants, junior applicants? Words of encouragement, advice?
Well, the advice that I would give is that to not get nervous, like I always do, but just try to run your race. Just do your best in the race. And try to stay in there. I mean, maybe you can get the first place. I mean, I feel that would really help. And you should apply too.
And they should apply too. Juniors everywhere. You should be the poster child. Juniors everywhere apply to this. Yes?
Yeah.
Awesome. Any other final thoughts or questions, concerns, things that you would like to see in the space about support? Any discoveries that we haven't touched upon? Okay. I'll ask another question. What does, I guess, from a sponsorship point of view, what would support look like to you guys?
Well,
if you, in a perfect world, you can go, Yelena.
well, we actually need more juniors and like more of the junior races because there's not many to race now. Well, yeah, there's not many to race now. Well, because there are not many my age, I should say.
So more junior races. What part of the region are you in? I didn't ask. Where are you located?
Oh, I'm located in Ventura, California.
Okay. Understood. Did anyone else want to take a shot at what support looks like from a? Yes, go Rachel.
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, we need a space to race in. Fortunately, there are a good amount of field sizes in Tour of America's Dairylands, and we have like a 4-5 field, a 2-3 field. There's some options of different fields you could put yourself in if you want a little bit more competition, if you want it like a little bit friendlier. So that's number one. A lot of the local races you go to here have like most of the whole day is filled with masters men fields, and they just take up a lot of time. There's too many fields.
Right.
And unfortunately, there's not enough fields for juniors. So like juniors like Elena don't necessarily have a space at every single race to show up and race in because she'd be maybe putting herself with girls a lot older than her. And that's not really fair. So one like avenue of support is like give us the space to race our bikes in a fair and equitable field. And also, I just think it's really important to have someone to lean on there and like having someone like physically to like grab or like just talk you through the pre-race nerves. That's like so critical to me.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what it looks
and
like to
the
me.
night before, trying to sleep the night before a race is unbearable. So I just, in closing, again, want to thank you all for your participation. Of course, I think the world of Aisha in this program. And so thank you for allowing me to participate. Just as a footnote, the mini grant, the application for the Abundance mini grant closes on April 15th for all of you guys out there listening. And there also is a micro grant this season with the goal of fulfilling over 400 races. And so if you haven't had a chance, please go to a quick Brown Fox website for more information. Otherwise, I am done. Thank you, ladies.
Awesome. That was wonderful. We enjoyed today so much. We thank everyone for coming, everyone who will come and watch this later on, and everyone who registered.
We have a live DJ after party, and we highly encourage you to stay and enjoy that. We have DJ Black Daria spinning. She is a DJ, cyclist, and a community organizer from Portland, Oregon, currently based out of Mexico City. She's a former co-host of Everyday Mixtapes on xray.fm and reps Portland's Noche Libre DJ Collective. She draws inspiration from her Black and Mexican roots, reclaiming the dance floor with classic rhythms, R&B reworks, neo perreo, wine anthems, throwback cuts, and everything in between. She is also the co-founder of We Got Next, a digital DJ workshop for women, trans, femme, LGBTQIA, and BIPOC communities. Beyond DJing, she is the organizer for Portland's Black Liberation Ride. And her favorite rides include hills, gravel, camping, and commuting around Mexico City.
And last but certainly not least, we thank our sponsors, Zwift, Live Racing, SRAM, and Bike Flights. The links will be over in the chat box there. Check them out. Thank you to our beautiful interpreters. And we love and appreciate everything you've brought to this and helping us to provide more access to other folks.
And because technology is on point, this event will live forever, ever, and ever on a Quick Brown Fox's YouTube channel. So make sure you check it out, reference it when you need a reminder of anything that just lifted your spirit. It's been a pleasure chilling with y'all over the last 2 weeks, co-hosting with Shay. Happy birthday, Aisha. And y'all enjoy the dance party.
Skirt, skirt, skirt.
22s.